Hail and well met. It is once again time to continue the adventures of Theophania von Valancius. Last time we uncovered a sinister plot to use chaos magic to body switch, so the governor of a backwater planet could escape his planet and start rising through the ranks of the Imperium. His goal was to become a High Lord of Terra, I think, and his ultimate result was to get shot to death via shotgun blast to the face by Proctor Solomon. So not exactly the outcome he had in mind. Anyway, one thing that happened towards the end of last stream when I wanted to end was we got a level up. So we're going to start tonight's stream just nice and easy by getting everybody leveled up to 27. What do we get? Ooh, special ability. Enhance the heroic act and desperate measure. Right, orchestrated firestorm. Okay, that's good. That's good. Use a burst attack instead of a single attack. I think we're just going to have two people fire twice. Alright, Abelard. Cannot die. All damage is reduced by 7. Give him this, I think. Alright, Pascal. That one's good. Ooh, gains 3 extra charges of Hunt Down the Prey. That's good. That's also good. Do that. Heinrichs. Let's give him this one. Cassia. I think this one. Yeah, this one. Solomon. I think this one as well. Idira, she has 2 levels, so the first. Give her some more perception, I think, and then let's give her more lore warp. And then dispatch. Oh, that's good. Let's get that. Argenta. Let's give her more awareness. Let's increase her agility. And let's give her... that one. Kibela. Give you more toughness. Let's give you... You're good at coercion? Pretty good at coercion. Let's boost your coercion. Carnival of Misery. Do that one because she's all about the damage over time. And finally, Jai. Let's give her more ballistic skill. Let's give her more Lorzinus, obviously. And for take and hold... get that. There we go. Alright. Hey, Mariclin! Welcome! How did your meetup go? You were meeting up with, who was it, Oren Sol last night? How did that go? Did you guys have fun? I saw the picture you posted in Lumi's Discord. A couple of handsome fellas. Oren, a few other people. Fantastic time. I am happy to hear it. I'm a little envious. So many cool streamer people over in the States where you have the opportunity to meet up. Very few people that, at least that I know, are from around here. But I think everyone has the equipment they want, so I think it's just time to continue exploring. Coronis Expanse map. So we are right out of Thessaria. Thessera. And we do need to go to Janus. So I think we're gonna go down this way. And then go here. Genuinely shocked because Oren was staying with a streamer friend and you found out they live 15 minutes away from you. Small world situation. You even knew her dad. Oh. Fun coincidence. Let's go here. Lord Captain, urgent report. We have received an astropathic message from Regent Aronto Orselio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Urak 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Arcelio the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with Navis nobility is possible, which, given the current state of the Coronis Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. Want to make a trip to Europe eventually to see everything and visit the cool people? Might be a few years, but it's one of your goals. Well, if you do, should you wish to swing by Silkeborg in Denmark, you'd be very welcome. Tell House Arcelio that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. We'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Arcelio will be waiting for you on the capital world Dargonus. Receiving members of the Navis nobility is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. Ooh, interesting. Alright, but I am still, for now, trying to get to Silence of Mer's secret. Let's save, though. Let's make this route a little safer. Couldn't keep me away. How was your day? Yet again, I was up all night. I spent 9 hours yesterday hanging out with a friend, celebrating her birthday. So when I came back home, I was amped up and also in pain because of my feet. My feet are killing me. I wore the wrong shoes. I walked almost 2 miles to where she lives, and then later in the evening 2 miles back, and I wore the wrong shoes. So I have not only blisters, but like open sores on my feet. So it sucks. So I didn't get to bed until like 4 this morning, and then I didn't set an alarm because I didn't get a ton of sleep last night. or the night before last, and I just woke up like an hour and a half ago, like at 4:30 in the afternoon. So all I did was get my grocery shopping done for the rest of the week, and then eat dinner, and here we are, streaming. So it's been a decent day, but I haven't really done much today. Pretty much just wake up, shop, eat, stream. Level 15 spell sword. By the way, everybody here, I have increased the cooldown on the dungeon command. Now that you can earn big prizes and big money from it, I have put a bigger cooldown on it. Still not extreme, it's only half an hour, but it's up significantly from the 10 minutes it used to be. Ooh, bad luck, Nittler. Merry building up his forces. Alright, let's go here. Okay, we arrive unmolested. Oh no, Mary! Oof. Oh, those are some bad casualties. I am sorry. That is all your axemen. Nittler, yes. Inquisitor Prophecy is both an expansion for Inquisitor Martyr, but it's also its own standalone expansion. Like, it has its own story and stuff. So if you buy Inquisitor Prophecy, it's a separate standalone, but it also gets you expansion stuff in Inquisitor Martyr. So it's kind of both. I am sorry for your loss, Mary. Unfortunately, that is the danger of pillaging. It be risky sometimes. Oh, what is my quest I have here? Ah, interesting. They fought proudly and poorly. Well, you got almost 700 gold out of it, so it's not a complete wash. Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of fugitive criminals we have ever received from the Imperial Navy. The matter is urgent, if you please, Lord Captain. Why not just grant him access to the records? Access to the ship's archives can only be authorized by the dynasty's heir. Very well. I will have a meeting. Thank you, Lord Captain. Oh no, Mary is attempting a bribe. Does this mean we have a steal coming up? Have to pay the families of the lost. Oh, I see. Your ladyship, Proctor Anthar is interfering in the work of the crew. He is intimidating and threatening them, demanding access to the ship's sealed archives. And as for his dog, Victus pauses, shifting her gaze to the cybermastiff and tucking her hand behind her back. I humbly request that you take action. Victus, what's wrong with your hand? Allow me to explain. The Voxmaster tried to pet Glyto, which activated his self-defense protocol. As a result, I had to step away from my duties to have my implants replaced, esteemed Proctor. I already apologized. In any case, what happened was the expected outcome from unauthorized contact with a living weapon of the Adeptus Arbites. Honestly, I kind of agree with Solomon here. Like, don't just... I mean, even just a normal real-life police dog, don't walk up and try to pet that. And then you have, like, a cybernetically enhanced killing machine. Don't walk up and try to pet that. I feel like most of this game could have been an email. Vigdis, why did you try to pet Glyto? I didn't. This is the first time you have ever seen the Voxmaster so agitated. I did not try to pet him. It is not customary to keep such cyber beasts on a void ship, Lord Captain. This is my first encounter with a creature. That Glyto was following me all over the bridge. And you decided to interfere with his work protocol. Victus cast Solomon a cold glance before continuing. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? I had studied the archives and found mention of a ritual to establish contact that involves an offering and physical interaction with the beast. You are literally talking about bribery, a pointless act. Cybermastiffs cannot be bribed, and neither can arbitrators. Solomon, stop interrupting. He nods. Solomon, why are you sabotaging the work of the crew? I was compelled to investigate as Gleito has intercepted a suspicious signal. The encrypted message contained the words heresy and fugitive. I managed to trace the signal back to the Voxmaster's workstation. I needed to dispatch Gleito on a reconnaissance mission to obtain new evidence and ultimately to ensure your safety. He wanted to give it a treat. Yeah, the ritual of establishing contact is give the dog a treat and pet it. In other words, you sent the beast to follow me. I questioned the crew in the Voxmaster's absence and established that the wanted bulletins sent by the Imperial Navy were being completely ignored. I suspect that Senior Officer Tolleman is abusing your trust. What do you have to say about that, Victus? Victus presses her hands together. Reports of fugitive criminals, which number in the hundreds, are low priority. What's more, I know that Lord Captain Theodora was most adamant on the matter. If you forgive me, her exact words were, "We are not grok-stamped bounty hunters." The Proctor would know that if he had brought his questions to me rather than interrogating astropaths and comms officers. As for the Vox transmission, the frequency used by the senior officers is encrypted. I informed the staff of the situation regarding the voidsman who was earlier brought before you on the bridge for trial. Need I remind you, Lord Captain, that Proctor Anther has no authority to access transmissions conducted by the senior officers of the Rogue Trader's flagship, not to mention that the signal was unlawfully intercepted. Were you aware there was a runaway heretic hiding among the ship's crew? No, Lord Captain. He was not on the list of wanted criminals in the Corona's expanse. I assume it is because of the relative insignificance of the heresies he was accused by of the Eclixian authorities. Perhaps Proctor Anther had information to which the Imperial Navy does not have access. Solomon, what are you suggesting? Your flagship is untouchable for external inspections because it's high status, and criminals are taking advantage of that. So you need an internal audit. You need to pull up the archives of wanted bulletins and double-check the crew records. That is the only way to identify and eliminate potential threats to you. This is madness for a ship whose officer corps alone compromises hundreds of people. The work hours that would be required for such an audit. All right, I have listened to you and I am ready to make a decision. I am going to authorize the audit, but yeah, I'm gonna let Solomon audit the crew. Solomon, you will be granted access to the archives and lead an audit of my crew. As you command, Rogue Trader. Might get a little bit in the way of operations, but I think ultimately the overall gains for security would be worth it. I mean, we have had problems with insubordination and insurrection aboard the ship, so he does have a good point. And this way, it is his duty. Yeah, this way we put all the workload on the guy who wants to do it, and we don't trouble the officer corps, so they can do their duty. All right, visit Silence of Mersegrit. Weird ass name. Okay, 4 worlds. Nothing else draws the attention of my scanners. Let's look through it. First up. Is this a hive world? Looks like a hive world to me. Feudal world. Desert feudal world. My bad. Smuggler's cache. What do we get? Archaeotech mechanism fragment. A surviving piece of an archaeotech mechanism of unknown purpose, discovered among the wreckage of an ancient imperial vessel on one of the planets in Silence of Mersegrit. Maybe if I can get enough, I can assemble it into something. Alright, phlogiston. We already have 6 phlogiston. This would double our amount of phlogiston. Captain Mitten! Welcome on in, pal. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Nittler. Can we get a... Actually, Nittler, I'm going to put you to work. Can we get shoutouts not just for Captain Mitten, but also for Mericlin? They are both good eggs and dear, dear friends of the channel. What did you get? Hey, you found some gold!
Online.
Congratulations,
Sensors
Mitten.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Thanks for the shouty. Anytime, my friend. Anytime. Welcome, Jaegernaut. How you doing? Do we want to harvest 5 phlogiston? It'll almost double our amount of phlogiston. We do have 8 extractiums. Let's do it. Let's put down an extractium. Alright, let's see what else we have here. A rocky world of some kind? A dead ash world. Something burned this planet. You okay? Lunchtime at work? Having anything particularly good? What do we got? Okay, we got Promethium and a smuggler's cache. Focusing lens. Firing range of lance weapons is reduced by 5, but their damage is increased by 30%. That is tempting. Chicken soup with cheddar crackers. That sounds pretty damn good. Enjoy. Just try something. I am curious about Captain Mitten. Haha! A single spearman. Let's not extract this Promethean. Your lone spearman doing work. Actually, we have almost no Promethium. Let's extract this Promethium. I think having Promethium is good. And here, what have we got? Just a planetoid. 2 plasteel. That's definitely not worth an extractium. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so I can put it in my arsenals. So that would make the Mizoa. Can I get more info on the Mizoa? It doesn't say its range, unfortunately. I feel like 5 is a lot of range to lose. So I think I'm gonna give that a miss. I think we're gonna give that a miss. So we have stuff to do on Janus. Let's just chart routes, see what we can get. Okay. So I am thinking Pulvis Platinum, then down to Janus, and then from there we can take this route up into this cluster. Sans, welcome! You missed ranking up. Oh, you made it to Thane. Congratulations, Nittler. Congratulations on the rank of Thane. Actually, let me just check something. User... Filter by watch time. Minutes greater than... Yes, it is confirmed. Nittler, you are the person among my followers with the highest watch time in my channel. The only people, the only 2 accounts that have a higher watch time than yours now is me and the bot. You hunt bounties, infiltrators for the glory of the Dime Empire. What? When you say Dime Empire, what do you mean? Because where I'm from, Dime is a particular kind of chocolate bar. It's like a caramel crisp covered in chocolate. And it's really good. Make that a little safer. And go. The warp jump passed without incident for everyone except the crew members on bridge duty. For the duration of the voyage, they heard laughter. It seemed to come from outside, through the airtight seal of the ship's massive windows. The laughter went on and on. Dime is good. Oh, you were making... Ah. I didn't get the Hunter of Bounties. I am familiar with the bounty. But I thought, you know, I hunt bounties. Okay, I thought, yeah, that's what a bounty hunter does. They hunt bounties. I completely missed that part of the reference. By the way, Mitten, that whole recruiting soldiers and stuff, if you want some info about exactly what is going on with that, I wrote up an outline that explains how it works. Alright, we made it back to real space. Let's visit Pulvis Platinum. Lord Captain, the Vox systems intercepted a distress signal coming from an Imperial vessel. The system contains a ship that belongs to the planetary fleet of Dragonis, the capital of the Von Valancius dynasty. The transmission is repeated at regular intervals, but the message itself is corrupted. A cacophony of requests for help, groans and shouts. What in the world? It is your name they're shouting, Lord Captain. Interesting. So we have a gutted void ship, a single planet, and a whole lot of space dust. Nittler is a Thane. Does that mean he gets to be carried around on his shield? If he so chooses to, yes. I'm gonna check out the void ship, but I'm gonna check out all this space dust first. I'm gonna save the void ship for last. Ooh, nice amount of fuel. Nice amount of fuel. Let's just save. Nice amount of fuel. This is a lot of fuel. This is quite worth it. A planetoid. There's probably not going to be anything of worth here. 4 plasteel. I think that's one of the biggest plasteel deposits we've come across, so I am going to extract that. Alright, finally, the gutted void ship. Let's see what we're dealing with. This is probably going to be an away party, right? Yeah. Alright. Who is going? Abelard and Pascal, obviously. It's a gutted void ship. I feel like Cassia would come in handy here. Oh, I forgot to level up Iliad. I am expecting space horrors, either alien or demon in nature. I want to bring Heinrichs. And I want to bring... I think I want to bring Argenta. I really like Argenta in combat. So that is the crew. Can you guys hear the screaming in the background? There are kids playing outside. And they are screaming half the time. Into the shit right now. Sorry if you missed something. No worries, man. No worries. Alright, I like the formation. Only thing I want to change is I want to put Argenta up front. Yeah, or in the middle instead of Cassia. There we go. Well, people are dead.
Incredible. Your heart, esteemed Magos, shines with a kaleidoscope of colors, albeit one made of metal.
Only laypersons believe feelings to be the preserve of flawed flesh. We know the higher passions granted by the Omnissiah, the aversion to tech corruption, the blessing of compliance with a canon of maintenance, and the satisfaction of effective devotional service.
Person's body is covered in unpleasant-looking growths, scabs, and ulcers. They look like fresh mutations.
It's about time.
Oh! Agile mutant, spitter mutant. Sweetish smell coming from the dead body seems odd, and the blood has an unusual hue to it.
I won't heed your cries of
Alright. Combat. Put her here. You go here. You go over here. You go here. You're very mobile, so that'll be fine. You go here. Actually, no, that's not bueno. You go here. So this thing can go here. I think we should be able to take care of one mutant in our back line. Alright, start the battle. Spontaneous mutation, interesting. Well, there's a lot of them.
Emperor, protect me.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
God damn it. It seems like every fight Abelard gets knocked on his ass and then doesn't recover until the fight's almost over. It happens all the time. Alright, Heinrichs. Buff up the party. And then get to fighting. Over here. And then you can sweep these two or cleave. There we go. You can actually iron arm yourself for free. Let's do that.
Glory.
Vengeance will be swift. I'll do what it takes.
Enjoy your luck,
Okay, the fact that they can all just knock over my party, which costs me a turn, that is really annoying. I feel like that's starting to be a thing almost every encounter.
I won't go down easy.
Pascal's gonna get rid of this guy. Let's see, how much will that do? That'll be enough to kill. Okay. Let's just do that. And then throw a trap over here. I guess mark you as prey.
Request approved.
Let's see, what else? Analyze. Guess analyze this guy. And then joint analysis. See, when they're knocked over, it skips their turn. It's some bullshit.
Battlefield in righteous fury.
Furious Recital. This guy. Then we dash over here into cover. And then I don't think... Yeah, I think that's just gonna be it. Cassia going to voice of command, going to bring it down on Pascal. Pascal is going to shoot this guy. Actually, I have enough to analyze first. And then do an overcharged shot, and that might kill. Didn't, but it did good damage. And then we put down another trap here. Cassia's turn is not over. But I don't want her in the front line. I don't want anyone getting to her. Move back here and honestly finish off that guy. Get pieces off the board.
To die with grace, at least.
And then I can move that, but I can't move it and activate Medicaid signal. I'll just activate Medicaid signal.
Followed without hesitation.
Ooh, you can spit twice. That's annoying.
Look out.
And again, they just do it again. They just keep knocking my guys over constantly. Only legends play Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Hiya, Fanalite. How you doing? I hope you are well. I want to move to here. Because then I want to do this.
Running by narrative.
There we go. And put down a trap, so if any of them moves, Oh, that provokes an opportunity attack. Putting down traps? Fair enough. Fair enough, I guess. How badly is Heinrich's? Heinrich's is fine. Analyze you. And joint. You know what? Just needle ring this guy. Bring down the number of opponents. Alright, Teophania. I am going to... I think he's already been... been activated by, or been affected by... Bring it down.
Already done.
Nope. Right, he is just going to do this again. There we go. And place a trap here. Tiffania.
I
Here.
shall not fear.
Abelard,
Nothing I
serve
can't
me.
do.
Abelard,
I'll
voice of
pass.
command. No. Magenta, voice of command. And then an aimed shot at this
Absolutely
line of sight.
not.
Okay,
Watch and learn.
this guy then. There we go. Turn. Magenta wants to move. I think that is the angle I want.
Faith without
There we go. Run and gun. To do it again.
I'll do it.
Oh my god. And then we do firearm mastery.
His will made manifest. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. You, my Emperor. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen.
And then we dash out of the
Justice
gas
for the weak.
and turn. Then Cassia walks here to the edge of the gas and lidless stare
I am a navigator.
finishes that off. And this moves over here.
Now, do something.
Get a Medicaid signal on those two guys. And turn. Babylon. Move to here. Don't think I can see him from here, but if I can... No, I can't. Okay. Turn.
Focus. Focus.
Okay, the gas is
Emperor,
gone.
deliver us.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Okay, so mark as prey, analyze, and then a sweep. Ew. Well, that was a little bit frustrating, but I've had worse. Pascal MVP. Pascal is really good, yes. Just a basic sword. It's a basic sword. I am honestly not really surprised that none of these have anything interesting. It's just basic kit. Sweet smell, unusual hue. Cogitator's machine spirit stays silent and attempt to reach the dead system's destroyed ship. Especially when everyone else sits on their ass because of bullshit. Yeah. Them spamming that knockdown attack, that did feel a little bullshit. It did. Some cargo. Nicely, nicely, nice. Gotta clear a passage here, but first... Books and items of luxury. Legality of some of them is questionable, but the Navis nobility often turns a blind eye to such diversions. Let's go! Open the safe. Distraction cape. Navigator. Staff of House Cassini. Might be worth something for Cassia. Let's see. Let's compare. Staff of House Orselio. Yeah, we're switching to the House Orsini staff. Oh. But... silly game. We want it like this. Was that everything? I think that was everything here. Now we clear a path and head upstairs. Abelard, clear me a path.
Unexpected result.
Abelard, do a kickflip. Abelard, eat the spicy taco Doritos.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Hello there, Navigator. The leader of the ravaged ship's crew wipes the sweat from his brow in a motion characteristic of navigators, not with his whole hand, but with 2 fingers moving from left to right and back, so as to not touch his third eye by accident. This movement is the only sign of fatigue he allows himself. His posture is immaculate, shoulders wide, eyes front, as if he did not just emerge from a grueling battle and is simply greeting you on the bridge on an uneventful day. Diamondback, welcome. Good to see you. My greetings, your ladyship. There is no need for introductions. I know the heirs of the Von Valancius line by sight. I am Han of House Cassini, the navigator on this vessel, and, as the senior surviving officer, I assume command after the incident. Lady Navigator, what an unexpected and pleasant meeting, not considering the circumstances. Han decorously dips his head to Cassia. I have not had the honor of being personally acquainted with you, but of course I know the emblem of House Orselio. How fares the Honorable Regent? Cassia Orselio, she offers a reserved nod. Cordiality will not disguise the ice-blue coldness in your words, Navigator Han. However, I will tell Regent Aronto that you inquired after his health. You may pass on my best wishes to Novator Cassini. And now let's set the pleasantries aside. I'm sure the rogue trader would like to ask you a few questions. As Han speaks, others glare at you with dour attention. Up close, you can plainly see that every one of them is a mutant. Their faces and bodies bear the mark of incredibly grotesque deformities, the same as the muttering madmen who attacked you. However, Han's associates seem perfectly clear-eyed, showing no signs of madness. Attack! You've been tainted by chaos! I'm not gonna do that. What happened to the ship and the crew, Han? The ship is assigned to the port of Dagonis. Some time ago, the captain was instructed to deliver a package, urgently, by hand, to you, your ladyship. We were even shown a pict of your face. The navigator's voice seems calm, yet there is tension in his eyes, which are trained on you. The disaster struck during the warp jump. I will never know all the details as I was preoccupied with my primary duties, but for some reason the captain decided to open the package. That, as you may have noticed, had a most destructive impact on the crew. Han frowns. The package contained a chaos artifact. A chaos bomb, if you will. The moment it was removed from its protective cocoon, the crew began to lose their mind and mutate. The first to be afflicted was the captain and the senior officers, but the effect spread with incredible speed. Every deck was consumed by it, every last one. The raging mutants, no longer sane, damaged many systems. The ship was in distress and would have almost certainly been destroyed had I not resorted to making an emergency exit from the warp. The people you see here are the only survivors, or rather, the only ones who were able to retain both their lives and sanity. I gathered everyone I could, isolated the source of danger, and sent out a distress signal. We were adrift, waiting for help to come and fighting off mad crew members. Then you arrived. So this Chaos Bomb package was meant for me. Who's the sender? As far as I am aware, the order came from Kunrad Voitvir, the Master of Whispers in the Rogue Trader's retinue. It is likely that he arranged the delivery, either personally or through intermediaries. Abelar's face turns a deep puce. That blasted traitor beat us to Dargonus and is now free to act with impunity. It would not surprise me to find out that this was the work of sorcery. How else could he have reached the world in such a short time? A heretic who is vested with legitimate power and whose latest activities remain a mystery to all. Believe me, Teophania, an individual like your former Master of Whispers will not stop at sending a chaos artifact in his attempts to destabilize your protectorate. Han pauses, then adds bluntly, almost brazenly. Your reaction suggests you were not expecting a package of this sort. That's good to know. I had almost convinced myself that the rogue trader was deliberately collecting chaos artifacts. I am not tainted by chaos, and I knew nothing of this package. I give you my word as a rogue trader. He gives you a searching look, then bows his head. I beg your pardon, your ladyship. I saw the terrible death of the entire crew with mine own eyes. I was forced to bring the ship out of the warps by means of an emergency maneuver, and then I had to fight my former comrades, insane and twisted. I am tired. However, the sender wanted all of this. Han makes a sweeping gesture at the destruction and corpses of crew members around him. To happen to your ship, not ours. Were you not affected by the mutations and madness? Well, that depends. I was born a mutant, you see. Han smiles, grimly and wearily. Navigators are taught to resist the influence of chaos, and so I have been, as best as I could. But I will be frank with you, I cannot be certain that I have avoided it completely. There have been no visible indications, yet. All signs point to Han telling the truth, but you also notice clear evidence of just how difficult it is for him to struggle against the corruption. He is extremely tired, practically exhausted. Where is the artifact now? The tension in his posture and gaze become even more noticeable. I've placed it inside a protective sarcophagus, more reliable than the previous repository. Unfortunately, an artifact as powerful as this one could not be destroyed. Could not be destroyed under these circumstances. Or rather, I had no assurances that it would not disintegrate every one of us, and scatter us across several light hours of neighboring space. But once we are off the ship, I will absolutely find a way to destroy the vile thing. We could lay mines in what remains of the ship and blast it along with the artifact from a safe distance. I have the resources and the knowledge to do it. Your words give Han pause, but he seems convinced. He relaxes a little, but then asks, cautiously, as if testing the waters. What about me and the crew? Will you take us with you? Yeah, well, obviously I am choosing the iconoclast thing. It might be naive, but I am trying to be a goody two-shoe. I am taking you aboard my ship. There, my word is law, and no one will dare to take issue with you, despite the mutations. Thank you, Han Saluchu, for adding. Lord Captain. Gained... Ooh, that is a lot of experience. And 5 points of iconoclast. Now some random weapons cargo. And that is just about all. Oh, we've got a little more over here. Oh, this is the navigator's seat. The navigator's throne. The handles are extremely worn, with visible marks left by nails. Evidence of the terrifying hours spent locked in battle with the powers of the warp. The powers of the warp. Alright, well, when I do my heretic playthrough, I am definitely going to try and secure that chaos artifact for myself. Even if it requires doing a little bit of murder. And when I'm doing my dogmatic playthrough, I will probably attack them on sight, just because they're tainted by chaos. Get chaos stuff for evil fun! Exactly! Alright. Now we go down to Janus, where we have a couple of errands. We already have a route up there, so that's beautiful. Dogmatic, definitely have to murder them. Heretic, maybe murder them. Yeah. Dogmatic, definitely murder them. Heretic, definitely claim the chaos artifact for myself. Alright. Travel to Telecos Epsilon. So I need to try and find a seal. Find the seal. Points of interest. I also need to go back to Dagonis to meet with the Navis nobility. Oh, a cure for sloth has been completed. +2 efficiency, +2 complacency, and we got some heretical trophies. So does that mean I can start a new project? I could start Capella Biologus if I wanted. The Magus Biologus custodians of Janus's sacred irrigation plants have taken an interest to the unique substances discovered on the planet. If provided with the resources for erecting a chapel, they will delve into the mysteries of chem synthesis, which can turn deadly toxins into the basic substances needed for life-saving Medicaid kits. That sounds very good. What will it cost me? 3 plasteel. Ouch. I only have... Well, I have 10. Okay. 1 mechanisms. I only have 2, so that's kind of expensive. Blocks the Dark Sages project. So this would give me 5 chirurgian medkits. Replenishing, nice. Add 2 efficiency to my planet and give me 3 chemicals. Let's just do this. Find a seal on Janus, better look to the waters. Arf, arf, arf! Put that into action. And land at the estate. Alright, who do I want to bring with me? I need Jay, because I'm looking for her seal. This is Iliad's home planet. Let's bring her. We're bringing Abelard, of course. What races haven't I encountered in the game? Most of them. The only non-humans I have encountered are Eldar and mutants. Let us bring... Not Solomon. Let's bring Argenta. And just Pascal. He's always handy to have around. Oh, and demons. I've encountered a bunch of chaos demons as well. Your ladyship. Alright, before we move on, let's just get Elliot leveled up. Let's get perception. Let's get... She already has an insane amount of awareness. Let's get her Medicae up. And then dispatch. I think this one. Alright, there we go. Quick and easy. Alright, we need to find a seal. Maybe Attilius Quint can help us.
Follow my lead.
Follow my lead. Attilius Quint nervously tugs at the hem of his dusty cloak and bows respectfully. Your ladyship, the subjects of Janus welcome you. What cares have brought you to our humble world on this occasion? How are things on Janus? Without the enemies of humanity on our land? Wonderfully, your ladyship. The people of Janus are indebted to you for ridding our world of heresy. The Emperor is my witness. Janus will continue to serve the von Valancius dynasty, but not in precisely the same way as before. Alright. I require a seal to certify a Mecatum Tabula Officiale. The secretary nods energetically. Of course, of course. It would be an honor to assist the rogue trader. Wait but a few minutes, your ladyship, and your humble servant will have your seal ready. Jay's expression is pensive as she twists a lock of hair around her metal finger. Interesting, Shireen. I assumed we would be dealing with servitors, but no. Some places in your domain still have this work being performed by people of flesh and blood. I beg your pardon? What's this about servitors? I have faithfully performed my sacred duties to the Imperium and the Administratum all my life. And guarding the seals is part of that. And after half a century, not a single seal damaged. I keep them in a special case, and I oil the handles every month, as the rules stipulate. I am merely repeating the words of the Master of Seals on Dargonus. Servitors have replaced an entire category of lowly bureaucrats assigned to the von Valancia planets, around 10 years ago now. But after 70 years of service, and not a single directive. Not from Holy Terror or from Dargonus. A complete breakdown in communications. What a farce! What an insult against all processes! Scarlet patches blossom on the secretary's pale face. But this is easily remedied. If the Administratum requires such a servant, then I will immediately begin preparations for servitorization. The will of the Lex Imperialis is supreme. Yeah, I definitely don't want this guy turned into a servitor. Jay nervously licks her lips. She clearly did not expect this response to her remark. Attilius, I do not think the Exalted One has any particular desire to see you lobotomized and turned into a mindless clanking ghoul just because someone somewhere changed the law. I am going to choose this one. You can serve humanity while remaining as you are. Could a servitor replace a true administrative officer who is passionate about his work? Consequences make this man want to be a servitor. Again, in my dogmatic asshole playthrough, I am definitely turning him into a servitor because it's hilarious. I was originally going to do a fanatic dogmatic asshole playthrough on stream, but I'm kind of already playing as a sociopathic asshole in the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough with Salaminator, so just so it wouldn't be more of the same, I decided to go Iconoclast for this instead. After lots of prevarication, I'm not sure what that word means, Attilius's hunched figure sags. Of course you're right. I will continue to serve Janus and the Von Valancia's protectorate as before. And today, I will dispatch a request for copies of edicts issued by the Imperium over the last 50 years. Who knows what else we've missed here on Janus? Jay lets out a breath, obviously relieved. That is wonderful, Attilius. Just wonderful. Just don't go poking at your eyes with a long needle, at least until you receive a direct order to do so from your precious administratum. Here you are. The secretary proffers the sealed certificate with care. And may the Emperor bless your path. I must take my leave. Janus is always honored to receive your ladyship. Alright, that's done. Since we're here, let's head into the gubernatorial palace. Because I am curious to see what the situation is in here. For those that don't remember or weren't around from here, it turned out that in order to find the power to combat Eldar insurrection on the planet, well, not insurrection, but there were some Eldars mind controlling and manipulating people into insurrection. And in order to find the strength to combat that, the previous governor had gotten embroiled in a Slaneshi cult. So we wiped out the cult and the Eldar and killed the previous governor. And then we kind of put the Adeptus Mechanicus in charge. So let's see who and what
It's about time.
is in the gubernatorial mansion. Eldar tomfoolery. Eldar shenanigans. Oh, there's just no one to talk to. That's honestly a little bit disappointing. I would hope there would be like a new governor for me to speak to. Your ladyship, you're safe. What a relief. Alright, well, with that checked,
I'll lay claim to the
guess
stars.
we head back to our ship. I'll lay claim to the stars. I'll lay claim to your mom. Press the any key. Is that Tech Priest here again, or did he still move? He still moved. Okay. Farty noises. No, that's just... my voice just sounds like that. Right, well, that went as smoothly as it could. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Out to the expanse. So now I have two reasons I want to go to Dagonis, which is here. So my navigational plans is to go explore these 4 systems and then hope that by charting new routes I can create a direct route from 100 Dreams Crossroads or Pillars of Viridis directly to Mundus Valancius. Orcelio Prophecy. Make this a little safer. And travel. Uncharted system? Well, let's do some charting. I get accused of saying shit like you sound like a fart. Yeah! How dare you? How dare you, sir? Okay, let's explore some space dust. Got some fuel. Scan this planet. Looks kind of goopy. How dare you say I sound like a fart? I've not even had a kebab this week. You sound like a fart smells. Gee, thanks. Flood victims. It appears that a large void ship recently dumped a huge load of junk and faulty parts from orbit. The debris that did not burn up in the atmosphere is now blocking the flow of a mighty river. This dam is causing the river to overflow, flooding the nearby valley. A herd of large hoofed rodents has gathered along the riverbanks. If the animals lose their usual habitat, they are doomed. So I'm playing goody two-shoe with regards to humans. However, I am still a greedy piece of shit who wants to make profits. Therefore, the Lord Captain declares a great hunt. The animals cannot flee and are virtually defenseless, and their valuable meat and pelts will prove quite useful. So we got 120 cargo worth of provisions and 120% cargo's worth of uniform kits. Same as Iran disapproves. The great hunt brings plentiful spoils and lifts the crew's spirits. The right to take shore leave and partake in the hunt is so coveted a prize that many are willing to sell their belongings, make hefty bets in card games, and even fight in improvised tournaments to win it. See? It was good for my ship. It was for the good of my ship. Looks like a lava world to me. Burning world. August anomaly, let's see. Before you is a burning world, an inhospitable place at the mercy of a perpetual inferno due to its suffocating atmosphere and close proximity to the system's star. The firestorms on its surface never cease. What could the Kazbalika be looking for in such a place? Alright, let's utilize the full capabilities of the augurs to locate something unusual on the planet. After many long hours spent analyzing the augur data, the tech priests noticed something unusual. A number of constructions of artificial origin can be detected under the planet's surface. They are too vast and peculiar to have been created by humans, but their geometric shapes and other properties clearly indicate they were put together by sentient beings of some kind. Unfortunately, there are traces of human activity next to the mysterious constructions. It looked like somebody found a way to land on the planet and set up an archaeological dig. These ancient monuments have been stripped of anything of value or interest, but other burning worlds may yield new discoveries. Save. Alright, before we go into the fight with these pirates, I am going to equip this focusing lens at the cost of our maintenance deck. Now, this reduces the range of our lance weapons, of which we have 2, by 5, which is a lot. but it also increases the damage by 30%, which is also a lot. So we're going to see whether or not that is worthwhile. Oh, speaking of farts, Jägernaut better hope nobody farts around him.
Enemy contact! All hands, make ready to unleash our fury!
Torpedoes. Well, that's pretty good. What else are we up against? Is that really all? Okay, so let's see. That range. Oh, that Starbreaker Lance. That is so small range. Right.
Lead them! Fire the lance battery! Annihilate!
Missed what I said. I'm just saying, speaking of farts, we better hope nobody farts around you with that enhanced sense of smell.
Macro cannon volley!
Proceed accordingly.
Oh, that was quick and easy. My fighters didn't even get to do anything. Ancient machinery, ancient energy core, some scrap. Nice and easy, but it also removed the pirate influence from this last planet I want to check out now. What do we have here? Continental world? Arid world. A death world with 5 promethium. I have enough promethium right now, and I'm kind of running low on extractiums, so we are going to not grab this for now. I'm glad you have allergies. Solomon Antha. Okay, we have no routes right now. I can force a route, but I need to scan first. Let's see what we got. Alright. Well, let's start with 100 Dreams Crossroads then. There was a commotion on the lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who is responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the Void ship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the central accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately submitted to a rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members and consulting the tech priests about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intake of the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Do a flip! Ooh, enemies of humanity, bunch of planets. This looks interesting. Do a save. What do we have here? Rocky planet, rocky world, 2 phlogiston. Not worth my extractium. Another burning world? Or is that a lava world? It's an arid world. I guess that's not fire then. You are facing Chaos Worshippers. It seems their ships have been lying in wait here. The Voxmaster reports an incoming transmission. Let's hear what they have to say. A blood-curdling, visceral scream from the Voxcaster deafens the officers on the bridge. Frightened and pale, they cover their ears with their hands to carry on working despite the impulse to vomit. A mocking, inhuman voice giggles hysterically. Today is the day you die! Then the transmission ends. Well, let's see if these guys are as tricky to deal with as the last pirates. Let's see what we're up against. Infidel class raider. Spawned torpedoes. Ooh, melted torpedoes? I don't like that. Infidel class raider. And a murder class cruiser. Chaos worshippers can really be no one note sometimes. Yeah, they really can. I agree. They launched fighters, and what is that? Kind of warp fuckery? Don't fly into the... Oh my god. You're just gonna camp right in front of the torpedoes? Oh, Jesus, Heartless. Okay, so... launch fighters here. I move to here. No, we move one further. We move to here.
This one's going down. Fire the lance battery!
Move there. I will be able to... Yes.
Set the course! Fire right now!
There we go. And
Onward!
lined up for next turn. These guys... Ah, I lost some of my fighters! Oh no, my fighters! Okay. Launch fighters again.
This one's going down. Macro cannons, volley! Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
Okay. If I do a new heading... Can I might be able... Yes.
Fire the lance batteries!
That did really good damage. Force our lift shields. And turn. Interceptor. Fire on the opened up side. And then move behind here. Resting my seat. No warp fuckery. Please turn. Yes. Oh, and you're turning even more. Oh, this is good, so good for me. This is really gonna hurt the Heartless, but if I go to here, I can reach it with my lance and launch some more fighters at it. Let's do that. Will that be able to reach? How much extra does this give? 2 extra range. That's not enough.
This one's going down.
Ooh, so close to dying. So close to dying, but I can't reach it with anything more.
Annihilate.
These are going to be able to reach anything. These fighters, however, are going to make a daring plunge and finish off the cruiser. Oh my god, I am so happy with those fighter bays. Fuck torpedoes. Fighters are where it's at. I think we have this one in the bag.
Fire the lance batteries.
Fire the lance batteries! And then we just have to wait for the torpedoes to burn out, I guess.
Set the course.
Or we have the fighters. Ah, I can't reach. Took a lot of damage, but I think it's still totally worth it. Got a better engine. Better acceleration and braking with a lower top speed. I think that's worth it. Some heretic trophies. Yeah, I think that fight was definitely worth it. Alright, ship management. We are kind of banged up. It will cost us 43 scrap to repair our hull. Lower top speed, but better maneuverability. Oh, never mind. The new one was 14 top speed with low acceleration and braking. No, I would like to keep what I already have then. 11 speed with, yeah, I want maneuverability over over top speed. Alright, what can we get here? Expeditious reload. Let's get that. And, ooh, what have we here? Shallow jump, warp wave. Each attack craft launched from a torpedo tube, and each torpedo... Ooh, nice. Improved RAM. Onboard ECM. Ooh, onboard ECM might be the one. Take it all. I think we're doing onboard ECM. There we go. Yeah, this can just go to cargo. I think I'm happy with the focusing lens. I think I'm able to deal with the lower range. I think it's fine. I think we're good for now. Do I want to buff up my hull? That requires entirely too much scrap. I'd like to keep some scrap in reserve. Well, I will be left with 100 scrap still. Fuck it, let's do it. We have a couple more planets. Go here. See what riches are to be uncovered. Nothing. Literally nothing. Okay. See, 6 Promethium, that is pretty good. I'm gonna extract that from this ice world. And that looks like a gas giant, so it probably won't have much of interest. Dead gas giant, tithe grade, Adeptus, none. Alright. Let's save. Been a while since I've traded. Yes, that is what I was hoping for. So now we do these two, and then we come back and we go up there. Beautiful. Oh my god! Mary! You successfully stole something! Congratulations! I know you've been trying to pull that off for quite some time now. What did I want to do? I wanted to get to the bridge and speak to Generous Danrock. You know what, Mary? That 50 gold you took off Nittler. That's a nice looking 50 gold. Ah. Has to have the @ sign. It won't let me. Oh wait, I have it in the wrong order. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Was that a dick move? Yes. Was it funny? Also yes. Pleased to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Where is my Kojuko? You see, your ladyship, it is a tad broken. While the servitors were busy connecting it to the machine spark, terrifying noises were suddenly heard, followed by a horrible smell. However, my request to have it repaired so infuriated the engine seers that I dared not pester them with any further question. Alas, after a while the stench became unbearable, and then came the maggots. The factotum casts a guilty glance at you and sighs heavily. To put it briefly, the Kojikor had to be disposed of. I offer my deepest apologies for failing to preserve that specimen of Thessarian culture. Beautiful, Nittler. Beautiful. We have a circular economy. Have you recovered from the Nemesite's attack yet? You came very close to death in the chapel. Janus puts a hand on his chest, right where the gruesome wound used to be. The chirurgeons spent hours fighting for my life, and I have to say they are earning their keep. They promised to leave a heroic-looking scar, although admittedly I much prefer calluses from an autoquill. I like Janus. He's not a hero. He knows he's not a hero. He's just, he is what he is. He is a bureaucrat, and he's good at it. I'd like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods. Alright, let's see what you have to offer. So I have 38 profit factor right now. So I might as well grab all of these. Mantle of Heroism. Mantle of... Wait. Oh, that's what Teophania already has. Okay. Militant Cloak. First melee attack cannot be parried or dodged. Ooh. Cloak of Retribution. Ooh, I kind of want to put both of those on Abelard, even though I can't. Some crack grenades, wonderful, and a heavy bolter. I'll take those. Let's see, what do you have for a cape right now? Whenever the wearer deals damage with a melee attack, they gain 13 temporary wounds. And they do more damage based on how many temporary wounds they have. Uses endure, immediately recover one effect. Okay, I am going to give him this cloak instead. The militant's cloak. Get back to trading. Okay, so level 4, I could get the Power Claymore. It's a two-handed sword. I'm not interested in that. At level 5, I could get the Camaraderie Badge. Yo! Oh, that seems really good. That seems really good. I might want to get that. Would cost quite a lot to get there, but it might be worth it. Cost. So how much do I need? 250. That puts me at 13, so 2,250. 3,060. $3,000 and a couple of I must have like 1,000,000 miscellaneous. I do. A couple of these, and that should be enough to get to level 4. And then I need another 3,100 and something to get to level 5. Okay, what if we do all the jewelry? There we go. And the Camaraderie Badge, I think, goes on And 5 toughness. I think that is more valuable. You're too intelligent for it, right? No, you're not. Oh, but you have that. Yeah, you get to keep that. Okay, I guess no, actually. You can get Grace of the Oblivious. Some more toughness. Actually, you're barely equipped. Why are you barely equipped? Hold on. There we go. Have some for these. I actually don't have enough to put in those slots. Okay. Back to do some... I don't know why my camera keeps moving down there. Right, more trading. Let's see what the Explorer tools have to offer. I was hoping they might have some more extractiums, but it seems no. So I have 38 profit. I could take everything at level 8, 9, and 10. Do I want any of this? Precise lasgun. Large medkit. Combat manipulator. Hold on. That doesn't matter. Haywire grenade. Might be good. Self-calibrating goggles. Oh! But that seems really good. It's gonna be a lot of resources to get to level 10 though, so maybe not. Let's see what the Kazbalikans have to offer. They are way too expensive. Actually, at level 1 I could get like mine scrambler grenades and bladed boots. I don't think I want any of these though. Don't care. Charge / dance macabre. These I do want. I do want the bladed boots for Kibella. So let's secure that. Sort by cost. How much do I need? I need 1,720. So 3 of these. Something worth 200. That would be Mechanicus Creations. And then just a miscellaneous to round it out. You know what? I have so much ranged weaponry. I am just going to take one of these off. Take this off. And then put 7 weapon boxes. 3, 4, 5. And then 6, 7. And then a miscellaneous. Gets us to 1. Telepath staff, I don't think I count. No, I don't care about that. Give me that. And then see about equipping Kibella with those boots. She doesn't have any boots. She is getting the bladed boots. It's a warrior thing. Nobody has that. But Dance Macabre. Every time she does Dance Macabre, she inflicts bleed 10. That is such a good item for her. Alright. Let's have a look at what the Imperial Navy have to offer. Literally the exact same engine as I already have, but with 1 higher max speed. Kibella the Dot Queen. Yes. Basically, I build her all around, inflict as many dots as you can, and then use some kind of cheaty bullshit that triggers the dots before their time. That's kind of how I use them. Okay, Riser Pattern Plasma Battery. That is objectively worse than what I already have. Better Auger Array, perhaps? No, worse Auger Array. Flak Ammo Arsenal allows flak shots to be fired. Don't really care, and I can't afford that, so we're just gonna get these two. There we go. And the engine gets equipped, because that's an increase. And then that goes to cargo. Keep that. And I think this goes to cargo. Some of all of this should probably go to cargo as well. I am very messy. What do you have? You have a blinding grenade, a fire grenade, a Herald Servo Skull. Yeah, I'm gonna unselect that. I am instead going to take a frag grenade. Pushes. False prone. Let's do that. You need a fire grenade. You need a med kit. You need a large med kit. Get large med kit. You know what? You can have a frag grenade too. Might come in handy. You have med kits. You have onslaught. Have a frag grenade. Frag, gas cloud, plasma grenade. Let's take off the onslaught and give you a fire grenade. That looks fine. Give you a frag grenade as well. Give you a false grenade as well. Everybody gets a frag grenade. Hell yeah. Take off the blood vial. I can't take off the blood vial. That's like a class feature for her. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. What are you doing? Modified crack grenades, Dreadmonger. Yeah, that's kind of shit. That can go. Get a frag grenade. Get a fire grenade. Keep the modified crack grenades. Alright. You know what? I'm not gonna make his helmet invisible because I really like that for the Wrathful Mask. I am the law! Alright. We have had 2 ad breaks so far that I have just played through because I've been forgetting to pay attention. Because I've been so enraptured with this game. But also that means I haven't gone to the bathroom yet this stream. So we are going to take a break now, run some ads. I know it's not been too long since we had ads, but just to get them out of the way, I will run to the bathroom and then we will continue. So don't go anywhere. I will be right back. We're back. Cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. It's Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's waiting for the weekend. All right, so go to Pillars of Verdus. Colony Janus has reached a new stance of development. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. So Foulstone. Completed. Oh, Foulstone also is waiting for a new project. So let's see what we can get. Touched by Holiness. That costs us 3 profit factor. That gives us Shield of Faith. Dirty Bureaucracy. Requisitioning of religious tithes from other worlds in the guise of the Ecclesiarchy gives the opportunity to keep a portion of the proceeds. Indulgencies for sale. Selling the forgiveness of the Ecclesiarchy can be a significant source of the revenue. But that will make me a little more heretical. Hallowed Railway. A glorious mag train loaded with relics will run across Foulstone, carrying the light of faith to every corner of the world. Requires some resources. Gives Explorator and Complacency and a Requimator. Whenever the dweller kills the target with a melee attack, all enemies in a 4-2 cell range around the wearer suffers 4 mental damage. That's funny. That's funny. Is that a heretical trophy? That is a heretic trophies. Interesting. I can also do a couple of rank 3s. Can either do Shrine or in Drusus's Footsteps. So, in Drusus's Footsteps, I could also do Crusade, but I don't have enough mechanisms. Thousands of believers are flocking to Foulstone in the hope of serving the Emperor. Their energy can be directed towards the colonization and conquest of new worlds as commanded by St. Drusus. The construction of Pilgrim's Arks will require enormous resources, but wealth is nothing to the true believer. So that'll cost me 5 of my plasteel. 2 of my provisions, of which I have plenty. 3 of my people, of which I have quite a few. But I will get 5 profit factor, 2 complacency for all colonies, and I will get an Accuser of Sin. Charge ability deals additional damage to demons and Xenos. Okay. Crusade. More damage against demons. More profit and security. Or Shrine. Shrine worlds are treasures of the Imperium. Spiritual gems shining in the darkness. For Foulstone to become a shrine world will require an ocean's worth of thrones and bribes to greedy ecclesiarchy officials, as well as mountains of extremely rare materials to erect cathedrals worthy of the status. However, succeeding will give House von Valancia's prestige and the Order of the Hammer's eternal gratitude. Yeah, I don't want that. And it gives a good sword. I think we're gonna go eventually for In Drusus's Footsteps. Even though I don't like that wipes out most of my plasteel. However, I think before we do any of that, we're also not gonna do this. We're going to do indulgences for sale. We're going to sell the forgiveness of the Ecclesiarchy. Execute. Now on Janus. Ooh! Troubling news has arrived from Janus, your ladyship. While digging an irrigation ditch, workers found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. I'm guessing wraithbone. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It's almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. The observer reports strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. We gain some provisions and some chemicals. You are a GM, I know for a fact. Might be starting a D&D campaign. Unsure if you've given your players enough information. Try to be upfront, but you also want some secrets. Do you think you should be more secretive or more upfront? So actually, I think you should be upfront about being secretive. I think you should give them the information you feel like they need and just be upfront and say, hey, there is more information that I am deliberately not telling you because I want this campaign to have some secrets and have some surprises in store for you. So if there's any information you feel like you're missing, feel free to ask. However, I may decline telling you, and just know that if I do so, it's for the sake of the campaign experience. That's how I would handle it. The Adeptus Mechanicus recommend we fence off the afflicted area. According to their hypothesis, the anomaly is the world's attempt at self-recovery, and therefore should be studied, not interrupted. Janus Warlord. Audacity of Janus. Blessing of the Warp Spider. Requires 1 provision. Requires 2 people. Requires promethium and weapons. Good. I want more information. What exactly is happening here? The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. How are the wretches involved? We do not know. It is as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. In accordance with your decree protecting the wretch populace, no one attempted to detain them. As a result, almost 1,000 specimens flooded into the region. Alright. Let's hear what my advisors have to say. Janus's natural world is rising up. It is a lucky coincidence that the planet boasts experts who specialize in both controlling and destroying life. Reports from the Magus Biologist Chapel make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, but I have no doubt they possess some. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use them against all this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. The benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among the personnel. The wretches know more about this pestilent growth than we do, something we must quickly rectify. We should capture some of these mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we're dealing with. Janus Warlord. That will require a plasteel, but we will give Audacity of Janus and some torpedo launchers. Isolate the region, start rounding up the wretches. Make them tell us the truth about what is happening. I say... research outposts. May the Omnissiah be merciful to the souls of those who will give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. Got the audacity of Janus torpedo launchers. Torpedo tubes capable of firing 4 Eldari sonic torpedoes with 22 damage warheads. Interesting. Yo, Sahel, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Level 14 Scion. The scouts who ventured into the hearts of the afflicted region discovered ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agri-complexes. A 5-stream streak. Thank you so much for the stream streak, Zahel. Thank you for being here so much. I appreciate the support. Fortified observation stations were set up in the largest clusters of ruins. The priceless data and artifacts collected there were paid for with the lives of the many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Janus' enraged wilds. Janus completed the Capella Biologis. Gave us some chemicals. Just have a look at these torpedo launchers. So I think, yeah, that is better than the Voss pattern torpedo tubes. I really want to keep my Mazoa lance weapon. Alright. Your battle sister with a lot of fire may or may not have made it to 56. Holy shit! You are so far ahead of me. I've not made it to 30 yet on one of my characters. However, Zehel, and for anyone else interested in Inquisitor Martyr, they are running their Week of Skulls Warhammer theme week right now. Every DLC for Inquisitor Martyr is either 80 or 90% discounted. So I just bought the DLCs that gave me the 3 classes I didn't have, and I ended up paying a total of €5.50 for all 3 DLCs. So if there are any DLCs you think you might want, now is the time to get them. Alright, let's see what we can do on Janus here. Science of Virtue. Not good enough friends. We're not good enough friends. The Reaping. We don't want that. What is the Science of Virtue? All of the corruption on Janus originated in the sophistries of unholy scholars. Reverend Hieronymus Dolorosa, a preacher of the cult of St. Drusus, is going to visit Janus to perform the procedure of blessed delimitation of the agri-complexes and demarcation of the irrigation systems. Instead of relying on the advice of godless janitors, he will be guided by the wise examples set in hagiographies of the saints, the teachings of righteous scriptures, and the pious sacred geometry of the iconographers. May faith triumph over the sophistication of soulless metal. I kinda don't want that. It's the only one I can do right now on level 2, unfortunately. Don't have enough security to do that. Don't have enough Casbalica to do that. Oh, but Capella Biologist has already blocked it, so never mind. I mean, this is very tempting. Provisions, Drusian rep. The 20th you paid €15 for the battle sister. Now it's 149. Yeah, sorry Zahel, you missed out. What is Fortress? Requires all of my plasteel, as well as all of my adamantine, and 2 out of 6 of my weapons. Inhabitants of Janus are restless. The populace may be placated by turning agri-complexes into impenetrable fortresses, assigning sheriffs from among the overseers, and forming Jaeger bands. That will give me enough security to do Secrets of Winter Scales, but I still need Fellowship of the Void rep, and I don't have someone of theirs to talk to. Fallen of the Unreal, Poisonous Nectar feature. Yeah, that's not really worth it. Might as well try, Sahel. You don't really stand to lose anything if they say no. I am going to go the Science of Virtue. It doesn't cost me anything. Give some good rewards. Do it. Dargonus has completed the restoration of the collapsed Hive City. Let's see what projects we can start here. Genetic Mercy. Genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. Gives me Iconoclast, People, Security, and Complacency. We'll be doing that. Let's see what else. Doctrines of Rationality. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. Disgusting. Hallucinatory Chemtherme. The construction of pleasure chambers will give the aristocrats a place of repose, free from moral restrictions. There's a Crimson Haze. Requires Heretical. No. Prophet, Heretical. No, I don't like that. Scriptorium schools. Teach the serfs to read and thus produce educated servants under the supervision of monks would be as useful as it would be dangerous. 2 efficiency across all my colonies. Give me more people, more complacency. It would affect my profit factor, but I still think that would be worth it. So, what does this give me? Yeah, let's do Genetic Mercy first. There we go. We just made it to Pillar of Viridis. Have we visited here yet? Or did we only just get here? I think we only just got here. And then we got distracted by, yeah. Then we got distracted by colony stuff. Heriok's Rim Station. Sounds sexy. If you are employed to work on that station, does that mean you have acquired a rim job? I know, obvious joke. Low effort, 2 out of 10, but I couldn't help myself. This looks like a moon. 3 plasteel. I am kind of hurting for plasteel, and it seems like high plasteel deposits are rare. So I'm going to spend one of my precious extract gems getting 3 plasteel. Ooh, Inquisition Shipwreck. Alright, Pascal and Abelard, of course. It's the Inquisition, so I say we bring Heinrichs. And then I feel like firepower, so Argenta and Solomon are going to be joining me, just because. Your ladyship? No, that's my ladyship. Let's head in. What do I want for a formation here? Definitely not this. Something like... honestly, something like this. You know what? No. Something like this. There we go. Turns out Steam has a it's now cheaper reason for a refund. Oh my god. Could Valve be any better? Are there any companies out there more pro-consumer than Valve?
awaits.
Oh, a melter charge. I don't use those much, but they're good to have. Does nothing, wins. Does something, wins big. Really? Yes.
My success is an irrefutable.
Soldiers who killed the shots in the back seems to were executed by their own comrades, who then used his last charge to blow his brains out. Oh no. Something sinister is afoot. Who's a good boy? Keycard. Well, that'll make it easy to deal with.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Yeah, it's amazing how Valve's advanced hyper manipulative market policy of let's not actively shit on our customer base just works so well for them.
Assignment
I
completed.
won't tolerate weakness.
Assignment complete. Gaping hole in each corpse head, brought out one at a time, shot from behind at point blank range. Is there a commissar here? That smells of commissar.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
To be honest, it's baffling. Yeah, it's baffling how eager everyone else seems to be to just fuck themselves over. Oh. Oh, was this a black ship? Oh, I think this might be a crashed black ship. Speaking of Smelly and Commissar, Caiaphas, Kane, and Jurgen are getting new models. Yeah, I saw that. It's exciting. Honestly, I don't have any interest in playing Astra Militarum, but I might get the Commissar Kane set just because Caiaphas Kane is cool.
A new challenge for me.
Crude scribblings and some blasphemous script prove too impenetrable to decipher. Got it. Squalid berth heavily soiled with blood and vomit. It's also equipped with straps that were used to bind its inhabitant to the bed whenever necessary. People were not killed by weapons fire. Perhaps there was no ammunition left for them. They were brutally butchered with knives and beaten with gun stocks. Jesus Christ.
Follow my lead.
And then this looks like some Nurgle fuckery. Rotten brick of corpse starch, a passenger's ration. Judging by the lingering smell, it was dosed with sedative. Asthmatic rasping can still be heard coming from a broken box. Screeching cacophonous melody sets your nerves on edge and scatters your thought. Embrace the gift of decay. Says who? Small fish, eyeless and slimy, dart and reel about in the rank water. This is gross. I am definitely expecting some Nurgle fuckery. Honestly, at this point, I am being foolish and greedy because the correct response to this is to take off and glass the immediate area with plasma torpedoes from orbit.
It's about time.
The fact that the people picked up in black ships are not 24/7 sedated. Yeah. Not filled with those anti-psyker assassins or Sisters of Silence. That I can understand just because I think Kulexus assassins and Sisters of Silence are so rare, and there are so many black ships constantly gathering up psykers from all over the galaxy. I just don't think it's logistically viable to have them posted there. But to not have them sedated? I agree. That's stupid. You don't need them to do anything during the trip. You want them as passive as possible during the trip. Just put every single one of them into a medically induced coma.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Oh, so the inscription says embrace the gift of decay. Got it.
Victory awaits.
Victory awaits. Ooh, loot. They want us to burn all. They want to burn us all. Burn, burn, burn. Just garbage. Though the cocoon's translucent film, you can see the vague outlines of a decaying body. The rib cage has been broken open, and a heart still beats inside it. Oh no. I feel like this is the aftermath of a horror film. I feel like whatever happened on this ship could have been its own horror movie. Were tested on the black ships? No, I believe they are taken back to Terra, and on Terra they're tested. Okay, ship's reactor is still running, though perhaps not for long. This explains why the ship's interior is warm. Clear a passage with explosives. Is this going to be harmful? Being shot, these poor wretches had their skulls caved in around the temple, as if to make doubly sure. You know what? I have plenty of melter charges. Let's see if that was worth it. From time to time, tiny sparks of psychic energy burst out of the cocoon. So I am expecting that I get deep in this ship, the cocoons hatch, and then I have to fight my way back out.
The machine god grants
Ooh. Not bad. Medical supplies. And that leveled everybody up?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, let's level everybody up before continuing. Level 28. Get a talent. Joint offensive. I think I'll take joint offensive. Oh, they score. It's only when I score it myself. Never mind then. Heroic inspiration. Logistical superiority. Oh, that's good. Personal involvement. Nah. Primary objective. Assign objective. Ooh, yes, please. Pascal Hanneman. Honestly, let's take Gruesome Kill, I think. Oh, let's take Withdraw instead. That's really good. Take formidable distraction. Take selfless resilience. I think I'll give her a gruesome kill. And for you... Nah. Armored hide, ammunition bags. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Chain maw. Oh yes, chain maw. Absolutely. Oh, and he also gets a common talent. Law and order. That seems amazing. With me having 3 different officers in my party. So... we came through here, right? Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
None shall stand in my way.
Tiny sparks of psychic energy. Oh no, I haven't gone in here. Okay. Leveling up distracted me and I got disoriented. Well, that was not really surprising. This tree has sprouted right out of a dead person. His broken bones have formed the collars of branches. His cracked skull has merged with the trunk, and dried gore now coats the skin like bark in a thin layer. God, this is so cool.
What a shame.
Possible to uncover.
A new challenge for me.
What did you find? Find a trap and some loot.
Check. Done.
Carbon fiber plates, yada yada. Good boy, Gaito. The interrogator surveys the dissolution and decay around you with an icy stare. Throne preserve us from the arch-enemy's machinations. You notice a movement in Heinrich's face. Beneath his usual stoic mask, something is happening. The clenched jaw, the small tick in his cheek, his strangely narrowed gaze. These signs may be noticeable only to you, having spent some time at close quarters with him. At this very moment, the interrogator's soul is being tormented by a dark and secret nightmare. Is this the same ship that once transported you? I have insufficient knowledge of the structural features of black ships, Teophania. However, I do recognize some of the fragments of the devices littered beneath the arch-enemy's spawn. Remnants of psi shields, speakers for stunning prisoners, sedative diffusers. Bad memories? Henrik's mouth tightens. No more than the usual. I'll reach for his hand. Teophania? I just wanted to be there for you. He frowns in response for his words. That is unnecessary, Lord Captain. I'm fine. You do not always have to appear invincible, especially around me. Gives you a surprised and unexpectedly sad look. After a few seconds of hesitation, he says in a low murmur, "To be honest, Agenta, all the while peering intently into the darkness around you, reloads her weapon with a clank. God damn it, Agenta! You're ruining the mood! We shouldn't delay. Heinrich looks away, his usual severity and single-mindedness plain to see on his face. This is hardly the best place to stop and have a chat. Wait, who joined the party? Payman, welcome! As a level 20 warden. Ooh, you're gonna do well in the dungeon today, I think. Right, save. That went well. This is fun. Wow, Nittler, you are having the worst luck today on the dungeon. I am sorry, man. Blast guns, flamers, and shock weapons in the containers are covered in a layer of whitish maggots and partly eaten away by acid corrosion.
Follow my lead.
Dungeon can be cruel sometimes. Fragments of plate armor, rusted and covered in fungus. What do I have here? A Voidsman's diary. Alright, I'm gonna have a sip of water. Settle in, kids. It's story time. Uncle Bear is gonna read to you. After the last shift consolidation, they transferred me to the pariah barracks. And everything they say about these freaks is true. I don't know if they're raised this way or if they really don't have a soul, but just being near them makes me feel sick to my stomach. Cold, unfeeling, empty creatures pretending to be human. They beat and execute the passengers like it's nothing. A normal person is disgusted at the thought of smashing a person's skull. Well, either that or they like it. But not them. They don't care one bit. If it was up to me, I'd toss them in the hole with the rest of the mutants. But the psyker tricks don't work on them at all. Very handy when you're traveling on a ship stuffed full of enraged psychers. Alright, well, they don't staff Sisters of Silence or Kulexus assassins on the black ships, but they do staff other crew that have the same pariah gene to help keep the psychers under control. Good to know. I had to move one of the psychers from the communal hold to separate quarters. That traitorous piece of shit was encouraging the others to revolt, and our esteemed ship's confessor ordered us to give him a good hiding. We beat him for 2 hours or so, and by the end my damned cough had got so bad it was unbearable. I'm worried I'll be called in to see the chirurgeon. If command finds out about the crap in my lungs, they'll toss me straight out the airlock. My only hope is my new augmetic, though the guy who fitted it on Flassia Prime was strange. He gave me the creeps, and so did all his machinery. No doubt it was all illegal under the Imperium's laws, but I didn't have a choice. A wretched bildrat of a voidsman would never rise high enough to have his aches and pains treated by someone from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm just gonna hope that this thing clears up on its own. Well, I am sure that went fine. I am sure it cleared up on its own, and he went on to live long and happily. Ooh, goods. More flame grenades. Needs a key. Alright, well, let's try to remember if we find a key that we can come back here. This world is known for living long and happy lives. I mean, yeah, especially in this place, Mary. I mean, it definitely looks like the signs that everyone here had a grand old time and nothing bad ever happened to them.
Victory awaits!
I mean, look, they're happily napping. You have been ambushed. Oh, look at that! They all got up from their nap. Foxwalkers. Ow. I sure hope these, oh, it says corrupted turrets. Yeah, they're not gonna be on my side. Like, Argenta. I'm gonna try and clear our rear, I think. So, Furious Recital. Mark this god as prey. Activate, not Call the Bold, but not Raid. Controlled shot, that's what I got it for.
As the Emperor commands, I strike his prayer.
Then run and
I'll do
gun.
it.
And another burst.
You eradicate. How can I trust
Go.
someone like you?
Took a little damage on Teophania, but I think that was worth it. Turn.
I won't go down easy.
Solomon. I think maybe a grenade is in order.
The order is clear.
There we go. And then we can run and gun.
Understood.
Move. To here. Honestly, just stand still.
Moving into position. Die.
And Glyto apprehend this
Glato,
guy.
we're undertaking this task.
And that's gonna be turned from him. Can get 2 shots. Honestly, firearms mastery. Let's do 2 shots.
The order is clear. Accepted. Target eliminated.
Here to cause chaos, but with love. Welcome, Lotan. How you doing? Great to see you. Let's see. Let's have Plato
Let's test our
protect
skills,
Teophania. Doing great, and you? I am doing great. I'm having a lot of fun with the stream. People are being cool, hanging out with me just the way I like it, and the game is going well. Even though right now I'm drowning in fucking zombies. Okay, Abelard is up. Can't move. Is he immobilized? No, he's not. He just... Oh, he can move there. Okay, so we're gonna move here. Because then, let's see, 37, 27. Then we're gonna make you sworn enemy. And we're gonna sweep, or cleave. I think it's called cleave. It's called cleave.
Indeed.
Like so.
This one.
And then we are going to taunting scream
It will be
here.
done.
And activate
That's
defensive
your second call.
stance. There we go. Pascal. Pascal's gonna go to the back line and help here.
Imperative dictates.
Ah, that would also hit Teophania. We're not gonna do that. Unfortunately. We're just going to strike this guy, taking him out. And we're gonna put down a trap. That's gonna provoke an opportunity attack, but that's okay. Guess I'll mark you as prey, because why not? These are just prisoners, so this guard gets analyzed. And joint analysis, and turn. Teophania. Can I get rid of this Poxwalker guard? No, I don't hit hard enough. Unless I activate this. It's going to be a lot of extra damage. So yeah, I'm going to activate press the advantage. Then that's going to be enough to kill. Then I'm going to voice of command Pascal. Serve me on Pascal. Then bring it down on Pascal. He is going to fire an overcharged AoE from his plasma. There we go. Which means I think nothing else is coming from my backline. So then we throw out another trap if any of these try to move around. And I guess you know what? Can I machine spirit banishment on this? No, it's too far. Alright. Teophania. It's gonna call turn. Heinrichs. Gonna move up into cover.
Is on our side.
That's fine. Do a sweep like so. Get rid of these two. Then Word of the Emperor.
Let's see to it.
And Shield of the Emperor. And Hammer of the Emperor.
To it.
And
But of course, Lord Captain.
there we go. Now Agenta. Need to start working on these corrupted turrets.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Mark you as
As the
prey.
Emperor commands, I act.
Revel in
Faith
slaughter.
without deeds is worthless.
Burst
As the Emperor
fire.
commands, I...
Run
Doubt
and
is for the weak.
gun. Get up into cover. And a second burst fire.
I'll do it. Why I was chosen.
There we go. Good firearm mastery. Let's a wild hunt.
I will
That's
not.
already prey. I'll make this prey as well. And then I wild hunt.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I think because our gun wasn't loaded, I just wasted my heroic act there. That's a blunder on my part. Oh well. Solomon, you think you can get rid of these two?
It won't take long. One less. Understood.
Slaughter. Well, that should bring run and gun back
I'll take it as a
online.
priority.
Move up
Hold the
here.
formation. One of us would
Going
be
to
enough.
apprehend that zombie to get rid of it. 200 damage! Jesus fucking Christ! Jesus Chrysler. Double slug and turn.
Vengeance will be swift.
Now Abelard gets in a position to charge.
I'd rather not. Victory is imminent.
Take it out. He still hasn't attacked. Or rather, he hasn't shot. What does this do again? Okay, so switch. Do a single shot with his rifle. Switch back to the shield. Endure. And we stalwart defense. Pascal, who has a little bit of movement. He is going to use Machine Spirit Banishment. He is going to use Machine Spirit Communion. And then he is going to analyze. And he is going to plasma gun. Much armor? This thing has a lot of armor, right? Yeah. I think dismantling attack might actually really help here. Taking away a lot of its armor. Turn. Teophania.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Walk up here.
All too easy.
Voice of Command. And bring it down on Argenta. And then Argenta can do some damage with a burst.
I'll do it.
To kill. That fight looked scary at the beginning with all those zombies and then 2 last cannon turrets, but we managed to beat it. Actually went better than I feared. Right, no loot on the last cannon turrets. That is a little disappointing, however. Game quick saved. Right, moving right along.
Tolerate weakness.
Corpse's flesh has crystallized and turned into a translucent sarcophagus, and sealed within is the slop of their putrefying organs. Walls of the lift shaft are coated in a layer of putrefying goo containing revolting growths. Bodies of the people trapped within. What a shame. No refund because you played more than 2 hours since you bought Battle Sister? Ah. Sorry, Zahel.
None shall stand in my way.
Can you...
What in the world?
No, you can't interpret that. Alright, moving right along. I see some Poxwalkers. It's time for another fight. Save before the fight. So we're dealing with... Ooh, we got a Plague Bearer. Poxwalker God, Poxwalker Prisoner. Is it just the one Plague Bearer? I mean, not that I'm complaining, demons are pretty powerful, but... There we go. Teophania wants to be back here. Honestly, this is a good position for Pascal. Abelard. And Heinrichs want to be out in front. Put you here. Put you over here to prevent them from flanking. Put Glyto out in front. Go!
I suffered worse. A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Wait, what is this? Occluding Sphere. A Blessing of Rot. Oh, so it just hands out Blessing of Rot. Occluding Sphere is immune to all damage and most common effects. Deaths of creatures under its control deals direct damage to it. Got it. Okay. Alright. Poxwalker Prisoner, Poxwalker God, Poxwalker Prisoner. So we activate Advanced Tracking. And we apprehend this guy.
Skills, Glato.
And then if I move here, can I shotgun all of them? Yes. And then I think we save run and gun for a future turn.
One of us would be enough.
Concentrated fire. Oh yeah, I have to remember concentrated fire is a thing. I keep forgetting he has that ability. Turn. It's gonna attack Glyto, I'm fine with that. Yes, all of you gang up on Abelard.
That was a good idea.
What he's there for. Okay, I'm gonna focus on getting rid of that demon. Furious Recital. And... oh, Abelard's in the area, so concentrated fire. Mark as prey. Call the bold.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And raid.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yes, gang up on my dog. It's gonna fuck you up. Alright, Pascal. Pascal is going to analyze the Plague Bearer. Claim this as a perfect position. Plague Bearer is already marked as prey, so I will mark this Poxwalker God as prey. I will activate Piercing Shot. Then I will do a plasma AoE here. And finally, let's we put a trap. There we go. Time you play the Bastard Sister, you called €15 well spent. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's a shame you couldn't get a better deal, so to speak, but yeah, not the end of the world.
For the
Emperor. Shield of the Emperor. Hammer of the Emperor. Iron Arm on myself. And then we go stand here.
Everyone, step aside.
Kipdilos, welcome! We are exploring an Inquisition black ship that has been taken over by infestation of Nurgle and crashed at some indeterminate point in the past.
Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due.
Sail does mean you got the Hierophant. I'm looking forward to trying the Hierophant. Does anybody need an Invigorate? No, we're gonna save it. Save the warp degeneration. Alright, Teophania. Abelard, serve me. Abelard, voice of command. Abelard, break their ranks.
An exemplary strike.
Okay, I was not expecting the demon to be dead already, but I will happily take it. Which also means I will probably bring it down on someone else. Honestly. Let's just switch to my main gun. Can I take this guy down? With a bit of luck. I don't want to rely on luck, so I'm going to press the advantage. Abelard, summon Exodia.
Not a problem. You didn't stand a chance.
That's that dead. And then... honestly, bring it
I
down
don't have time for
on
this.
Argenta. She's out of range. Do we just have Abelard charge something? Heinrichs. Too far. Oh well. Well, I guess it has to be Pascal then. Just with no other candidates. Can I throw a trap all the fuck over here? No, not quite far enough. Alright, we'll see if that works. Analyze this guy. Abelard, banish those demons. Their looks insult my eyes.
The old Messiah functions successfully terminated.
Abelard, make Jurgen smell nice. Turn. I mean, I could give an extra finest hour. I don't really feel like it's needed. I'm gonna hang on to it until I need it. Abelard. Gonna work on getting this guy off Argenta.
I took care of this one.
Turn. I figured it would keep raising more until it ran out of HP. That is exactly what I expected to happen, honestly.
The guilty will fall.
Okay, we're gonna activate Concentrated
Understood.
Fire. We're gonna do a Grisly Adjudication.
The order is clear. Target eliminated.
There we go. Torrent of Fury. No, not yet. Run and
Accepted.
gun. So Grisly Adjudication does the same damage as the regular shot. It's just the added bleed. Damage from this attack is reduced by half. Has extra armor penetration. Do I want to do anything else with the dog? I think I'm just going to do a regular shot.
I'll take it as a priority. Executed.
Because then I can have Glyto apprehend and kill this guy. There we go. Turn. Magenta's gonna go up, start working on this Poxwalker guard, I think.
Be the fire in my heart.
Let's mark him prey. Well, you hit everything except the guy you were aiming for. Let's take a mulligan on that.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Wow! Does that thing make him harder to hit? I thought it just made him tougher. No, just bad luck, I suppose. Reload and turn. Pascal. This seems a good position for you. Give your plasma gun a turn to cool down. Throw out a trap. Here. That actually seems a really good place for a trap. Can I analyze this guy? No. Can't really do anything else from here. Okay. Turn. Heinrichs, you can go up and try to kill this guy. I think I want to do that. So walk to here. Because then we get the charge. And then we get the regular strike. We're not going to do the regular strike. I'm going to do Psychic Force.
Let's see to it.
There we go. Remove the Blessing of Rot thing. Emperor's Prayer.
Not sanctioned to do this.
Here, I suppose. And do we want Emperor's Hammer? No, we want Shield of the Emperor. There we go. And turn. Oh shit, that's a Plague Bearer. I thought it was just summoning more Poxwalkers. Teophania, don't want to walk into the gas, so this seems a good position. Now, can I reach Heinrichs with Bring It Down? I don't think I can. Also can't reach Argenta. And he's not going to have the line of sight. I think this turn, we just do some sniper fire. Oh, I should have pressed the advantage. That's my mistake. Can I inspire? Can I inspire her? Yes. Can I assign this as an objective? Yes. Get back in the fight on Helix. That is too far. Don't have action points to reload. Alright, guess that's gonna be it for her. Abelard! Can you reach with a charge?
Someone
no,
else
you
could do
cannot.
this.
Alright, well, force distraction on Heinrichs to taunt. And then switch to your single shot rifle.
At your beck and call.
Do a bit of damage, switch back to sword and shield. Brace for impact, this seems like the right place to use it. Endure. And defensive stats. How's this thing doing? It's down to 104. Solomon. Grisly Adjudication.
It won't take long.
Concentrated Fire. Then Grisly Adjudication.
The order's clear, and punishment takes its due.
There we go. I really like Glyto in that position. Although it might be able to kill this Poxwalker guard. Let's send him forward. Ah, not quite. I should have used advanced tracking. And then I call Glyto back, so as to not leave it stuck too far in enemy territory, like so. And turn. Argenta! Ooh, this seems good. This seems juicy.
As the
Pray.
Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Bone.
Doubt is for the...
There we go. Unfortunately, no run and gun this turn. So what we're gonna do is we're going to use Firearm Mastery.
Will made manifest. I'll do it. It's why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands.
I'm gonna see about getting rid of this Poxwalker Guard's shield with my last couple of shots. There we go. And Revel in Slaughter for the buff. Run and gun, because then I can do another single shot.
I'll do it.
There we go. If you were to select a class to add to Martyr, which one would you select? Ooh, that is a good question. That is a good question. Let me take some time to think on that. We already have a Sister of Battle, we already have a Tech Priest. We already have a Hierophant, which is a minion class. We have the 3 basic ones. Ooh. A Guardsman. Someone with a background in the military, like a military officer or a guardsman or perhaps a commissar. Someone coming from the guard and taking that pipeline into becoming an Inquisitor. Move up here. Oh, I forgot he was in melee with that guy. Fool eye. That's another Plague Bearer. Alright. Mark his prey. No line of sight. God damn it. What can a grenade do down here? Not a whole lot. No. Just a little about the human classes. The only thing you could think of was a commissar. So I think if you have like Imperial Guard and then the subclasses, you could have like a commissar, an officer, and some kind of third thing. I think that that might be good. Kind of in a shit position. I guess I'm just gonna shoot this guy.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocol.
Oh, I still have movement. I can still move.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Right. That was kind of a fumbled turn by me. And I missed my shot. Just to add insult to injury. Alright, turn. Heinrichs. Kind of want to move you here. And then here. Emperor's Blessing. Hammer of the Emperor. And we cleave these two. Oh, I thought I would hit that guy as well. Oh well. Nobody needs a heal. Nobody's any particular trouble. Shield of the Emperor and turn. Haha. Tiffania. Go up here. And on her own turn, she shoots this guy, fully killing him. And then I'm not sure who I want to give an extra turn to. I'm kind of hamstring myself by not making it so that Bring It Down gives movement points. That would have been really good, but I didn't do that.
Nothing I can't do.
If I were to make another officer character in this game, though, I would definitely make that change. Okay, go Heinrichs. Kill off this guy. Can I do it with a regular attack? I can.
Let's see to it.
No reason to get the warp degradation then. Do this again to get some more
Naturally.
resolve for everybody. And I guess endure. Back to her. Can I assign this in a zone objective? No, because I don't have line of sight. Alright. Inspire Pascal. And turn. Abelard. Go to here. Form a bulwark. Can't really charge. Taunting Scream down at these fuckers. Some you'd like to see you can't really get because it wouldn't be Inquisitors. I'd like to play a Space Marine or an Ogryn. Yeah, though that wouldn't really fit lore-wise. But gameplay-wise, it could be fun. But they did kind of write some restrictions on themselves by making it so that you're playing as an Inquisitor. Can I shoot this thing? I can. Or I could get rid of one of these guys. No, I'll shoot this thing. Stop burning it down. Or I could just miss. Okay. Cool. Switch back. Could charge down here. I will. Fuck it. Abelard to the front. Then we daring breach. We sworn enemy. And then we just whack this Plague Bearer 4 times.
I'm not interested. Lesson learned. At your back and
Well, you know, 3 times.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
And then we go back up here.
Follow my lead.
Get out of the poison gas. And turn. Oh, how did he not trigger the booby trap? Has 22 health left. Don't hit my dog, you dick. If Solomon goes and stands here. Yep, we're gonna stand there. Should get rid of these guys. Oh, that guy survived. That's okay. And we run a gun. And actually also Torrent of Fury. We go here. And then Grisly Adjudication. All of these fuckers. And then we have Glyto apprehend this guy.
We're undertaking this task.
Haha, you got stuck.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Hold. And dash.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Turn. Pascal. Gonna put a trap here. And then go hand to hand with this Plague Bearer. Gonna analyze it. Gonna mark it as prey. Anything else we can do? That's only for shooting, right? No, I don't think it is. All the penetration, and then we sweep. Oh! Did we win? Victory! What a fun encounter! I had fun with that. What do we have here? Sergeant at Arms Seal and the ship's log. Definitely having both of those. Let's have a look at the ship's log. The ship's log is encrypted, but the last entry was written in Gothic. I, Inquisitor Uton Hull, captain of the black ship Monarchia's Bane, write this record for the eyes of any faithful servant of the Emperor who may chance to read it. My vessel dutifully departed Terra to collect the Imperium's rightful tithes from its loyal worlds, and then to return to the Segmentum Solar with thousands of psychers in our holds. Our mission was proceeding smoothly, but shortly after our warp jump, the incident occurred. The main confinement cell was the source of the insurrection. It was the holding cell for an especially dangerous passenger who possessed high psychic potential and was known to incite disobedience in others. I don't know how he was able to free himself, or how he summoned the forces of chaos to abet him. His psychic outburst spread rapidly across the entire vessel, sending other passengers into a frenzy and causing them to attack my acolytes. I have given the order for the passenger holds to be purged and activated the automatic intruder elimination systems, but I have no doubt that this measure will be unsuccessful. Not wishing to surrender the Monarchia's Bane into the hands of these deranged mutants, I have set course to orbit a nearby planet at a slight deviation. Sooner or later, the deviation will result in the ship drifting out of orbit and crashing to the planet's surface. Keep the faith and exterminate any mercy in your soul. That can go to cargo then. Guide for Voidsmen. Voidsmen, by the grace of the Emperor, you have been given the honor of serving on a black ship of the Inquisition. You have been entrusted with a unique cargo, psychers collected from the Imperium's world as their rightly owed tithe. Do not be deceived by their appearance. Every one of them is a dangerous mutant. Be strict with the passengers, for that is how you safeguard the lives of yourselves and your comrades. You must be blind to tears and deaf to pleas. Listen to the passengers' conversations and report any groupings that form among them to the ship's confessor. Any groups will be split into different holds to prevent a coordinated revolt. Check for certain that the passengers are eating all of their rations. They contain tranquilizers intended to ensure your and your comrades' safety. Pay attention to any strange occurrences. Psycho-corruption comes in many forms. Passengers that exhibit extraordinary abilities must be transferred to reinforced cells for solitary confinement. Do not engage in conversation with the passengers. Do not refer to them by name. Do not give them your possessions. Do not allow them to lose their fear of you. Their fear is the key to your survival. Appear before the ship's confessor every month to have the purity of your thoughts checked. Remember that blasphemous psychers can play with the minds of real people. Keep the faith and follow these rules. Failure to observe any of them will be grounds for dismissal.
There.
Ooh, Unholy Shard. This amulet reduces all toxic damage suffered by its wearer by 50%. If the wearer has heretical votary, it also heals one wound every time they suffer toxic damage. Yeah, I won't be using that on any of my characters. That can go straight to cargo. Fuck that. I am not using a corrupted shard of Nurgle rock on any of my characters. I think we're done here. Oh, go down. We can go further down. So before we do that, there was the matter of a locker that I needed a key for, and I did just find a key. So I am going to go back and try that again and see if maybe that was the key I needed. That was here, if I remember correctly. Aha! Just as I thought. Alright, what did we get? Some Drukhari barbed needles, gilded phylactery, hollowed fingerbone charms, night shroud layering, and melted gel tubes. Okay, and what here? A Tempestus Carpus, which has a simply disgusting amount of armor. Abelard? Oh, actually, what he already had a disgusting amount of armor. That said, I do think the Tempestus Carpus is better. Because, yeah, I think it's better. What do we have here? Inferno Pistol. Requires Melter proficiency, of course. Which apparently he has. Okay, well, I'm gonna grab both of those. Strap the armor onto Abelard. Which also, look at him. Look at how good he looks. My knight in shining Tempestus Carpus. Alright, then we head back to the main room. And we are going to go down and see what is deep in the bowels of this ship. We do have ads about to start in a couple of minutes. You know what? I think before I go down, we're gonna start the ads a couple of minutes early just to get them out of the way. I have to go pee. And then we will be right back and continue in just a few minutes. are back. Welcome back, everyone. Let us continue to explore this doomed ship. Wait, is that just where I came? Oh, so we are done. Going down just brought me back to the entrance. I did suspect that might be the case.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'll lay claim to the stars. I'll lay claim to these nuts. Actually, I could go for some nuts. I might snack on some almonds after the stream. Lord Captain, this is Voxmaster Vigdis Suri Otter Tolleman speaking. I hope your heroic expedition was a success. What will be your further instructions? The machine spirit of this vessel is dead and defiled. It should be sent to the Omnissiah in a proper nuclear funeral rite. I mean, I feel like I definitely want to bomb this ship to shit, even though it is the dogmatic option. It just makes sense, because it is too dangerous to leave that Nurgle corruption sitting around. So, bombard the vessel. Let the dead follow the dead. As you wish, Lord Captain. The power of our main battery should be enough to penetrate the glacier and evaporate the vessel completely. What do we have here? Is that an Ash World? Shattered World. 7 plasteel? Oh my god, give me. Give me. I really need to find some more extractiums though, but 7 plasteel, that was too good to pass up. The augurs have detected the remnants of an ancient mining ship that crashed on the planet. It looks like it was carrying equipment and settlers to a new mining site. Searching the ship might prove useful, but it carries certain risks. Alright, conduct a search. The search team was able to retrieve the last surviving extractium from under the debris. They suffered no losses and returned to the ship triumphant. Yes! Everything is coming up, Anderson. Holy shit, so good. Yes! I'm gonna check on Heriok's Rim Station late. So, I don't know what it is. I'm suspecting maybe it's a trading station for the Brotherhood of the Void, the pirate factions, so that I will finally get a steady trading contact to have business with them. That's what I think it is, but I don't know anything for sure, so in a couple of minutes we'll find out if I'm correct. Ooh, Temperate World, looks like. Jungle World. Nothing of interest though. No settlement either. Adeptus none. Alright, Heriok's Rim Station. Here we come. Actually, is it Heriok's Rim Station or Heriok's Rim Station? We welcome your ladyship to Heriok's Rim, our humble trading station. I am Steward Pontius Lockton, here to offer our highborn guest only the finest wares and special ship modules. The helmsman's snort is heard over the internal Vox channel. A trading station? Pull the other one. Everyone in the Expanse knows that this is a pirate den where they peddle their stolen plunder. But to be fair, they never touch the customers, which is probably why they're still alive. I wish to upgrade the vessel's weapons. Perhaps you might be interested in macro cannons. Solid, robust, and in very, very good condition. You will crush any enemy with their power at your side. Cost me a profit factor. Oh, just requires that I have at least one profit factor. And I get a Prometheum mortar, but I lose one profit factor. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. What about an engine? Take a look at this model. It will be a worthy acquisition for your flagship. The spirit of this machine is obstinate but fast. Let's see. Cost me a profit factor. .12 speed with strong acceleration and low braking. Addition 3 additional void movement points when ramming. No. And home 3-day weekend starts now. Awesome, Jaegernaut. Congratulations. Wait, 3-day weekend? So does that mean you have Monday off? Not interested. What rumors have been flying around? Same old, rampaging pirates, nefarious smugglers, Xenos preying on lone ships. The valiant Imperial Navy alone fights them all, and we thank the God Emperor that we can enjoy its protection. There is a rumor about a lone Adeptus Mechanicus ship, an ancient hulk that is reported to appear in one system or the other, only to vanish the next day. Who knows why it broke away from the Explorator fleet, or what secrets it may hold. But it's just a tall tale, unworthy of your ladyship's ears. That's national holiday. Nice. National holiday. 25th of May. Yeah, I have no idea what that could be. I do not know. Alright, so it wasn't what I was hoping for, but it was pretty close to what I was hoping for. I guess I want to go to Agathis Archides, but I really wish there was a direct transit here. Let's see if I can chart that. Memorial Day. What is that? What's Memorial Day? Oh, we made it unmolested. There's a Hulk, and Void Ship remains, and 4 planets. This is an interesting system. Start. To honor fallen soldiers. Oh, I see. Okay. Makes sense the US would have something like that. Lord Captain, the augurs cannot determine who the ship we approached belonged to, but the telemetry clearly reveals it's an Imperium vessel. The hull is badly damaged, but there's air in some of the chambers, which means they are hermetically sealed. What are your orders concerning the discovery? Send out the order to prepare my troops for boarding. I will personally take part in the exploratory expedition. Oh, we get one of these. Region, Cinerus Maleficum. Location, Agathis Archides. Material, extract from unofficial news sheet. Window on the bridge, distributed on the middle decks. Recorded by unknown. Note, the veracity of the recounted events is questionable. We who walk down the same passageways in the same bays day after day, we who are born, live, and die to the hum of the ship's machines, we forever hunger for the smallest glimpse of another life, and for a chance to see the heroes who tirelessly fight for us and for the glory of the Imperium. So let's have a tale about the Lord Captain, by the will of the Emperor, the guardian and commander of every good and honest soul upon this void ship, and the time she boarded a vessel named the Fireborn. Like a dead whale cast ashore by the inexorable force of the swell, the wrecked vessel was confronting sight for its unwitting visitors. Some bays still retained an atmosphere, but there was no life anywhere. The ship was dead, its machine spirits dissipated in the darkness of space. It was just the husk left, and the rogue trader's crew were to become scavengers, swarming the carcass of a fallen Leviathan. Our Lady oversaw the expedition, personally. She decided... to train the penetrating gaze of the auger arrays on the damaged ship. The auger's keen eyes scanned the eerie vessel, identifying that the void ship was gravely damaged and was in the process of final erosion. There was very little time to explore it. 3 sectors seemed the least damaged: the bridge, the middle crew deck, and the service bay. After exchanging a series of trills and warbles in their mysterious and ancient language, the tech priests responsible for the augers reported to the Lord Captain that they had glimpsed signs of valuable components in operation in the service bay. The Lord Captain's next step was to turn her attention to the scout units awaiting instruction. The Lord Captain had to decide which of the 3 teams she would lead, and which 2 would be entrusted to their officers. Let here be known the names of those honest people who stood before our rogue trader in that moment. The taciturn and grave Jung-Ho Son, whose word was as firm as his handshake. Captain Vesti, whose jokes will be remembered by everyone on decks 3 to 5. And Captain Matina, the senior officer of the 3rd unit, known to many as Grey Matina. She had been leading units back when the current crop of scouts were snot-nosed kids. No one on deck was in any doubt that navigating inside the wrecked ship would be difficult. The units would be separated by kilometers of twisted metal, dead modules devoid of any atmosphere, collapsed passageways, and hull breaches the size of a house. The only thing connecting the brave teams would be the delicate thread of a vox link. And so, after weighing up the options, the Lord Captain chose to go with Grey Matina and her people, whose target was the service bay. From here on, we will relate the events based on what we have learned from witnesses, the people who accompanied the Lord Captain on the tour of the dread ship. The shuttles started up one after another and dispersed, each heading for its selected target. An hour spent on cutting through the hull in the freezing vacuum of space, a fussy boarding, and then finally the rogue trader stepped onto the cold, dark deck of the dead ship. The light of the torches revealed a sign in the gloom: Fireborn. After a minute-long exchange with the Voxmaster, who quickly checked the archives, it was established that the dead vessel was that of Captain Nova Van Dane, registered at Kiava Gamma Port. Grey Matina said a prayer appropriate to the situation. Then she looked expectantly at the Lord Captain, waiting for orders. After examining the service bay and consulting the augers, the Lord Captain suggested where the ship's undamaged components could be found. Awareness test succeeded. From here on... The Lord Captain's assessment proved to be correct. After a thorough search, as all searches conducted by Grey Matina were, the scouts found undamaged components and marked them for later dismantling. Sound crackled from the Vox speakers, and a light on the casing switched on, signaling a message coming in from the first unit's frequency. Commander Jung-Ho Son calmly reported that his unit was making satisfactory progress towards the ship's bridge. This was followed by a message from the second unit, which was on the crew deck. The Vox speakers crackled, preparing to connect the unit's commander, Captain Vesti. The words that came through sounded muffled, as though the person on the other end wasn't speaking directly into the Vox, but accidentally pressing the transmit button while occupied with something else. Never seen anything like it. It's beautiful. Hold on, wait, is it moving? The pale-faced Captain Matina barked out a stream of orders, telling the unit to close ranks around the rogue trader and prepare for trouble. But then the yelling from the Vox turned to laughter. "Ha ha ha! I got you, old girl!" boomed a voice from the speaker. It belonged to Captain Vesti, the commander of the unit exploring the middle deck. "Don't panic. We're all good here. Not a thing to report. I hope where you are is just as uneventful." White with anger, Matina turned to the rogue trader. "Captain Vesti has a unique sense of humor. I strongly suggest that your ladyship take him in hand." Ooh, congrats on the dungeon and the pillaging. Meriklin has now crept into 3rd place. Congrats. Well, Nittler, you finally succeeded at the dungeon. Congratulations. Sorry about your prize. The Lord Captain diffused the conflict brewing between the two commanders and requested a report from Captain Vesti on his unit's progress. Captain Vesti reported that his unit's foray had so far proceeded without incident, mystical or otherwise. They had found no survivors from the ship's crew, or bodies for that matter. However, the unit had encountered a problem. The passage leading to the deck section with the arsenal and storage depot was seriously damaged. Especially the power cable. Proceeding further could be dangerous. After consulting her officers, the Lord Captain issued new orders for Vesti's unit. Vesti's unit headed off to carry out their orders, while the rogue trader and her team continued on. Why do you always lose so many troops? It is just completely sheer bad luck, Zahel. The chance of having casualties at all is pretty low, and when you do have casualties, it is a completely random number of casualties. So, you just have shit luck, my friend. I'm sorry. Fortune smiled on the unit this time. Grey Matina, having trusted her instinct and experience, chose to return to the shuttle via an alternate route. In one of the dark branching passageways, the team discovered a modest but untouched trove of cargo from Kiara Gamma. The voice of Jung-Ho Son reached the Lord Captain's ears once again. The first unit's captain soberly reported that his people were proceeding to the bridge. The ensuing deathly silence alerted the Lord Captain that something was wrong. Following the gazes of his team, she saw that the unit's dispatcher, who was carrying the large voxcaster with the antenna and transmitter, was lagging far behind the rest of the group, and the transmission indicator was dark. There were no incoming messages. Even if there had been, Son's voice couldn't have sounded so close as if the dispatcher, or Son himself, was standing right next to the rogue trader. Son here, Unit 1 proceeding to the bridge, said the voice again. Now it seemed to be coming from all sides, drawing in from the left and the right, from under the deck, and even from somewhere along the mess of cables overhead. The Lord Captain tried to build a dam against the fear, drawing upon logic and her knowledge of the monstrous apparitions of chaos. The Lord Captain managed not only to maintain her self-control, but also keep the terrified unit from veering into outright panic. Led by the rogue trader, the scouts hurriedly retreated to the shuttle, pursued by the comrade's disembodied voice, which continued to repeat the same brief message. After returning to the shuttle, Teophania received reports about Fireborn's status. The tech priests who relentlessly pierced the wreckage with the augur's gaze insisted on curtailing the operation as soon as possible, fearing imminent destruction. There were also reports from the other two units. The second unit had succeeded in moving through the danger zone and had returned to the shuttle with a valuable payload taken from the dead ship's stores. Augurs and the Vox system proved equally useless. The first unit, which had been exploring the bridge, had vanished without a trace, almost as if the dead ship had swallowed them whole. The scouts and their commander, Jung-Ho Son, had simply disappeared, joining the thousands of crew members lost aboard the Fireborn. The units assembled at the shuttles, and the Lord Captain gave the final order of this grim expedition. Yeah, we will hold a service for the fallen scouts. Led by Sister Argenta, the scouts built the funeral pyres. Old metal barrels and small shipping containers served as temple braziers. In the wavering but warm light illuminating their faces, the scouts listened as the sister sang a prayer for the departed. Little by little, the listeners' terrified, weary gazes brightened. As they heard the sister's words, understanding dawned on the survivors. Death dogged the footsteps of everyone, but there is a destiny higher than death. They should always remember that. That is the reason to keep going. Time was up. The scouting party returned to their ship. With one last look at the Fireborn, the rogue trader gave the order to fire upon the dead vessel at range, for that which was born in the fire should also perish in fire. That was a cool little story. Let's save. What is on this planet? Lava world. Nothing interesting. What have we here? Weird looking world. Is that just a rocky world? Arid world. The rings! Kind of like the novelization and the pictures it was showing. Yeah, I like them too. These kind of not quite boarding party, but kind of choose your own adventure storybook like ways. This game changes it up. It has a lot of different ways to approach its content. What is this? The giant... Oh! Triple L! More like Triple W. Welcome on in. How are you doing? The giant rings on this planet's surface can be observed even from orbit. Well, let's examine them. It has emerged that this planet has a native species of giant insect similar to Terran ants. Just like ants, they sometimes form so-called death spirals in which one creature follows another without realizing they're going in circles. These were the rings discovered by the ship's observers. A strange phenomenon that was originally suspected to be a sign of warp activity or a nefarious Xenos structure turned out to be a quirk of nature, and a tragic one at that. Good, how am I doing? I am doing very well. I am having a ball with this game. This is my 21st stream, and I'm not anywhere close to getting tired of this game yet. And I think this might be my favorite game. It is definitely my favorite RPG, and I think it might just outright be my favorite game. What have we here? A continental world with some provisions. I have tons of provisions though, and I don't have a lot of extract gems. We're not going to spend resources on that. I'm going to save. And then we're gonna go check out the Hulk. Am I familiar with all the 40k lore? I mean, not all of it, because there's a lot of it out there, but I have been into Warhammer 40k for the past 30 years, so I do know a thing or two. I'm not completely new to the lore, by any means. But like, I haven't read more than a couple out of the 300 or so novels that are out there. So I'm not like a lore expert. Augurs have detected wreckage in the Void ship's vicinity, but the exact nature of this wreckage remains unclear. That's it? I was expecting more from that Hulk. At least some gene stealers. Alright. Still stuff to explore out here. He ain't some knob git, him's a warg boss. I mean, I want to get this out here, but I think first I want to head to Dagonas. I have a couple of errands there. And then I want to go up and explore these systems. Need to remember to chart new routes. It's free and gives you points. Oh, I didn't know it gives me points. Thanks, Kiptulas. I had somehow managed to miss that that it gives me Navigator's Insight. Well, then I definitely need to be doing it more. You're correct. Thank you. I should literally just do it every time I have the option. I don't like how dangerous this route is, so I'm gonna spend 3 points to make it safer. Colony event! An important event has occurred in one of your protectorate's colonies. Got it. Let's do that. Not a big fan of the mechanic, but it is there. So I think we wanted to do dirty bureaucracy. It gives us mechanisms, weapons, and profit factor. And allows me to do unquenchable greed. Let's do that. Janus, the science of virtue. More profit, more dogmatic, some provisions. So I can do forest fortresses. I didn't want to do it before because it would completely wipe out my supply of plasteel, but I've gotten a lot of plasteel since then. It's still gonna wipe out my adamantine, which kind of sucks. But I do think I am in a position where I can afford to do this now. And 5 profit factor is a lot. What does Punisher do? 10% dodge against human enemies, that's nice. And then Starblight, a Drukhari two-handed weapon. I don't see anyone using that, but doesn't hurt to have, I suppose. Execute. And then Dagonis. The Lord Captain's presence is required, so we need to go to Dagonis. Well, that's kind of fortuitous, as I am literally going there now. It is literally my next destination. Hey, we're going to Dagonis. Diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle, hey! Capital of the Protectorate. Diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle. Genetic mercy has been granted. Accept. On Valancia's palace or the Administratum. I feel like the palace thing is probably the more urgent. Actually, before we do anything, let's start a new project. Do you hear Venga Boys? Yes, that was Venga Boys. Or that was my interpretation of Venga Boys. Doctrine of rationality. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized. No, we don't want that. Sorted goods. Convicts will be secretly resold to the Pirates of the Coronis Expanse. Ooh, that is tempting. Hallucinatory chemtherme. We kind of don't want that. Filth of the Expanse. That'll cost me 3 profit factor, but I have 47. More and more ships arrive in orbit around Dagonis. The reduction of duties and the reining in of customs will allow the black market to flourish, able to compete directly with Footfall. Master Raider figure. Ooh, escort ship. The rogue trader's ship is escorted by a pirate frigate? And it'll add a point of efficiency for all colonies. But it blocks Shield of the Emperor. What does Shield of the Emperor do? More and more ships arrive in orbit. The agreement with the Navy allows the deployment of a permanent dock for warships and repositories for the Navy's property. Escorted by an armored frigate. I'm gonna do this one instead. I am going to get my Imperial Navy reputation up to 10,500. And then I'm going to enact Shield of the Emperor. Escort ship is cool. Yes, I already have one and I want another. Janris, I have trading to do. Imperial Navy. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast. Okay, I need a lot. I need to get to 10,000, so I need literally 5,000 more rep. Sort by cost. 5,000 more rep. I just do this. Doesn't get me quite there yet. Then we need 100, so we just do a fuel. Actually, we have a lot of fuel, don't we? There we go. Then we can take these off. 5,100. Oh, that's fine. Trade. Then I'm gonna take all of these because of course I am. Flak shot. Copy that. Then we're gonna manage our ship. So, Auspex, that is worse. That can go to cargo. Flak ammo arsenal. We'll hold on to that, but we're not gonna employ it. Assault Keramite void ship plating. Getting 5 damage, negating 9 damage. Oh, 9 damage on the 4, 5 on all other sides. Yes, let's do that instead. Thunderstrike macro cannon. That is kind of shit. Actually, hold on. 2 shots, so that's 42 damage. So it's more damage, but it's short range. And I do get 30% extra damage with lance weapons, so that can go to cargo. Griffon pattern torpedo tubes. So 5 plasma torpedoes with 19 damage warheads. Or 4 sonic torpedoes with 22 damage. So that's 88 versus 95. And I also think having more torpedoes is probably better, because I think they get shot down one by one. We're gonna make that change. This, we're gonna hang on to that. Sunhammer Lance Battery. Medium range lance weapon, dealing 60 to 70 with a wide firing arc instead of a narrow firing arc. We're gonna try that. Gonna try that instead of the Mazoa. These can definitely go to cargo by now. Hang on to that. Hang on to that. Alright. Now then, about my colony. Dagonis. Now we want to do Shield of the Emperor. It cost me 3 profit factor, but I think that was totally worth it. Because we are basically aligning ourselves with the Imperial Navy. And save. And land on Dagonis. And I've changed my mind. Instead of landing at the Imperial Palace first, I want to land at the Administratum, because I think the only thing I need to do at the Administratum is submit my form, and then I can move on to something else. So we're just gonna get that sorted. Who comes? You two come, of course. Jai comes. Bring Agenta. Bring... Oh, I misclicked Avalon. There we go. I don't think this matters much. I don't think anything is going to happen here. We're literally just here to hand over a piece of paper and maybe get it stamped a third time. But Jay did level up, so let's just get Jay level up. 1 rank of Grand Strategist, he gets a talent. Also makes... That's the next melee hit. Yes, let's do redeployment. And then let's do... She already has Fellowship, she already has Ballistic Skill. Let's give her... Let's give her Toughness. Make her a little tougher. There we go. Alright. Let's go speak to the Right Honorable...
Victory awaits.
Whatever was her title. Prefect in Scribia. The shriveled, insect-like old woman greets you with a keen look. Welcome back to the Temple of Law and Order, your ladyship. I have already been informed that you are here about Thassara. Prefect Volter nods to herself and snaps her brittle fingers, prompting a servo skull to flit closer, the creaking of its quill filling the air. Begin entry 51/4-alpha. In the matter of the world Thassara and its obligation to pay the imperial tithe, this audience with the prefect of the Adeptus Administratum is now in session. Now then, what were your findings, Teophania von Valancius? A heretic had seized power on Thassara. I had him executed. I see. The old woman looks at you intently over her ocular lens. This is regrettable news. Even if your action was forced by circumstance, the loss of the governor means the loss of the very stability that any servant of the administratum is immutably obligated to uphold and protect. Well, let us get to the record then. The prefect turns to the servo skull. Rogue trader Teophania von Valancius effected the execution of the governor of Thassara, appointed by the Adeptus Administratum. Preliminary damage assessment and restoration forecast of the world's key structures, Class A severe, noted and recorded. Also, I discovered a warp-active mineral on Thassara and ordered it to be studied. If this resource proves sufficiently useful to the Imperium, you must include it in the tithe. The prefect grimaces. I can quite confidently deem that outcome to be adverse to the interests of the Imperium. Alas, your ladyship, I am duty-bound to deliver an exact and impartial assessment of the events. Rogue trader Teophania von Valancius authorized the study of a presumably warp-corrupted material located on the world Thassara. Due to the danger to the planet resulting from this decision, tithe shipments from Thassara can no longer be considered safe and are to be halted until further notice. Noted and recorded. The prefect chews on her lip in thought. I will be frank with you, your ladyship. The conclusions that were drawn regarding the Thassara inspection were far from satisfactory. Minor disturbances, such as a mass execution of mutants or the rebels' plot disguised as a celebration, are not nearly as dangerous as the, if you'll permit my choice of words, coup that resulted from your intervention. I understand that consequences are something that those endowed with power are wont to leave to their servants to deal with, and therefore something they find acceptable to ignore. Scribia's ocular lenses flash as she looks up from her scrolls. However, I hope my words may help you to revise your approach to executing the Imperium's will in the Coronis Expanse in the future. A tap of her nail, she dismisses the servo skull. One way or the other, we can consider the matter of Thassara closed, am I correct? Closed and recorded, yes. The old woman smacks her lips in satisfaction. However, that was just the first item on the agenda. Now, on to the next matter, all right? The prefect beckons over another servo skull, which obediently takes its place at her side. Begin entry 52/1-Sigma. Competency assessment of Proctor Solomon Anthar based on his performance during the mission on the world Thassara. You hear a painful metallic creak as Solomon's augmented hand clenches into a fist. Competency assessment? Very well, Prefect. I am listening. Solomon did nothing that could be considered a violation of the Lex Imperialis. So as to avoid misunderstanding, allow me to clarify that I am not making any judgment, but rather gathering information at Marshal Struck's request. The Prefect turns to Solomon. Proctor Anthar, you will be evaluating your own conduct in this instance. For my part, I will merely state a few key points. Let us begin. How would you describe your performance, taking into account the following facts? Volter produces a parchment scroll. You took part in the execution of an administratum appointee without its appropriate permission. You also allowed yourself to be captured, thus endangering your mission and imperiling the valuable equipment issued to you by the Adeptus Arbitis. What is more, you sanctioned a tithe-related decision that carries adverse consequences for the Imperium. The old woman pauses. That is all. Proceed to your self-evaluation. Solomon's heavy gaze is fixed upon the Prefect as he slowly forces the first words out of his jaws as if they have turned to stone. I took every effort and was acting solely in the name of the Lex Imperialis. However, the outcome of the mission speaks for itself. My verdict is thus that my performance in the Thassara case was inadequate. Noted and recorded. The Prefect's immaculately polished ocular lenses bore into you once more. Now that the Thassara inspection report has been properly entered into the record, allow me on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum to officially extend our gratitude to you for the support you provided to us. May the Von Valancia's name be forever praised, and may the Emperor protect your dynasty for many generations to come. That said, I must now request your assistance in a different capacity. A number of highly important court cases have accumulated at the Palace of Justice, the kind that require formal resolution by the rogue trader herself. Are you not being a little harsh on yourself, Solomon? How can the rogue trader who owns the planet saying someone is a heretic and ordering their execution not be the correct channel? Because I will answer that for you in a single word, Sans Tale. Bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. Are you not being a little harsh on yourself, Solomon? Exactly as harsh as my duty demands I be. An arbitrator has no right to mistakes or weakness. Our mission is much too important. The Proctor's voice sounds firm, but detached, as if his mind is wandering far away. Very well. How will the trial proceed? The defendants will speak first, whereupon you can ask me clarifying questions on the case, and then... The old woman gives you a meaningful look over her ocular lenses. A death sentence must be passed. You are, of course, free to judge otherwise, but an execution is preferable, since in every case that will come before you, an outcome without highly unpleasant consequences is unlikely. The executions reduce the number of malcontents and motivate prospective defendants to solve their problems before they come under the purview of the rogue trader's court. Rather slam my balls with a hammer than accept the Imperium's bureaucracy? Yeah, it's terrible. It's what we have to deal with, though. One of the rogue trader's many duties is to mete out justice. I agree. I have relegated my current tasks in advance, and thus I am ready to escort you to the Palace of Justice immediately. Please follow me. Holding court, making judgments. Yeah. This'll be fun. Probably frustrating, but also fun. You are greeted by an impeccably dressed man with a perfectly straight back. An Abitus scale emblem is embroidered on his clothes. Glory to House von Valancius. We are honored to welcome you to the Palace of Justice, your ladyship. Do you wish to proceed to the session at once, or will you grace me with any questions I might humbly answer? I judge you a doodoo head and 5 minutes in the timeout corner for you, and no chalky milk for a week. What kind of cases are usually heard here? Only the most important ones that involve the interests of the highest-born persons and prominent factions of the Imperium. Disputes between noble houses that go on for generations, conflicts between the God Emperor's servants who are vested with authority and whose disagreements affect trade and security in the Protectorate, and other litigations of supreme significance. The cases litigated at the Palace of Justice quite literally concern matters of life and death. In such instances, there is always a guilty party whose lies, connivances, or negligence has caused damage to the Protectorate. The task of the judge is to establish guilt and pass a stern sentence, as order cannot be imposed without these, or without summary executions. Alright, let us begin. Please follow me. Inscribia Volta's dreary, vox-amplified voice carries across the hall. No chalky milk for a week? Can't have shit in this house. Well, you should have thought about that before you broke the Lex Imperialis, Brimvales. Also, hello, good to see you. How are you doing? The court will now hear case DP-1453/2, the doleful host against the astropathic choir of Dagonis. Representatives for the party will present their arguments following standard procedure. A woman with lines of scripture all over her skin folds her arms into an aquila. My name is Sister Juth, and I represent the doleful host, O God Emperor's Anointed One. We came upon a group of heretics whose minds brimmed with the most shameless thoughts. We captured them and tortured them as befits their transgressions. From what we are able to discern from their wailing and screaming, the head of the astropathic choir is plotting to betray House von Valancius. No one is a liar when flame is caressing their flesh. The doleful host surrounded the choir building and demanded that the heretic be handed over. It was solely out of respect for the Anointed One that we refrained from burning down the wayward heretic's den on the spot. However, say but the word, and we shall take him, that he may undergo a righteous cleansing. Doing good? Being subjected to your cruel and unusual punishments? Yes, we have just started the courtroom episode, apparently. The arguments are acknowledged and shall be weighed on the scales of justice. The representative will retreat to the Chapel of Patience to await the verdict. Master Angelio. Objection! Man, could you imagine, like, an Ace Attorney game set in the 40k universe? That would be amazing. That would be very fun, I think. The gaunt man, dressed in an astropath's robes, is standing tall, but his voice trembles with fury. I am Master Angelio. I represent the Dagonis astropathic choir. These insidious and ignorant people are passing off their victims' ravings as truth. Your ladyship, people will say anything under torture just to make the agony stop. We have served House von Valancius faithfully for decades. Master Prass the longest of all. Please, order them to stand down. Master of Court repeats the same monotonous formula, bidding the other representative to leave the courtroom. Give me details about the parties. I want to see who among them is trustworthy. As the prefect leans towards you, you get a whiff of ink and candle wax. The doleful host is a respected cult of the God Emperor. The Adeptus Ministorum has deemed them to be paragons of virtue who combat every manner of heresies and has enlisted their aid in various conflicts. Naturally, the Ecclesiarchy stops short of counting them among its warriors, but it uses them in very similar ways. The Astropathic Choir hardly needs an introduction. They are some of the most valuable servants in the Imperium, without whom any and all communication between your worlds would collapse. The Dragonis Choir took horrific casualties in the recent major warp storm. Master Prass made an enormous effort to at least partially restore communication. While we may not have proof of his innocence, Prass's dedication to his duty is beyond doubt. The old woman locks her shriveled fingers together. As you can see, this is an intricate situation. Love my voice for her? Thank you. You recall a crucial nuance that has, on numerous occasions, protected the nobility from zealots looking to dispense arbitrary justice. The Ecclesiarchy is forbidden from outfitting its own army. It should be easy to declare the host to be in violation of this covenant, and, as a pretty bonus, seize all their property afterward. Solely as a lesson in humility, of course. I will make enemies doing this. Let's see what Victus has to say. Victus, quick! Ask our ship's choirmaster whether Master Prass of Dragonis has been known to engage in any compromising behavior. At once, Lord Captain. The Palace of Justice falls silent for several minutes until Victus's voice returns. Choirmaster Weiss has known Master Prass for quite a long time. He has made a very measured statement to the effect that for some time now the mental images conveyed by Prax have taken on a shade of profound anxiety and have become more aloof and detached overall. Zachary Weiss attributes this to Prass's horrific experience during the warp storms, but he is less than completely sure, as there is still something that sets the Dragonis Choirmaster's messages apart from those of his fellow survivors. Interesting. Why are they putting things on the scales? The scales of justice are a sacred relic installed as a testament to the alliance between the Von Valancius dynasty on one side and the Adeptus Arbites and the Administratum on the other. Legends say ancient machine spirits dwell within the relic. The scales of justice are only used on extraordinary occasions when an intervention from the rogue trader is necessary. Ceremony dictates that items symbolizing the party's arguments be placed on the scales, and once the verdict is announced, the machine spirits weigh the decision made and show either affirmation or rejection through the position of the scales. However, there has never been an occurrence where the rogue trader and the spirits of the scales were divided on the verdict. It's highly unlikely that such an artifact actually exists. Judging by the designs of this device, it is nothing more than a set of regular, albeit enormous and masterfully crafted weight scales, devoid of machine spirits of any kind. Someone must be secretly manipulating the plates in order to add greater profundity, I think, to the rogue trader's verdict. Right. I would like to hear out the parties. Again? I'm afraid they have already said what they have to say, and are humbly awaiting their fate. Whatever questions you have, you may pose to me. Right? I feel like I'm having to give a verdict based on very little, but I guess that's what we're working with. I heard you, and I am ready to pass my judgment. As you wish, your ladyship. Who is to face the death penalty? I mean, that is tempting, but I do not want Pros executed. There'll be no execution. Lose security and efficiency. 4 points each. Holy shit. I guess the game really wants me to take a stand. Fair. I hereby clear the choir master of all charges and order Sister Juth to be executed. The rogue trader has passed her verdict. Sister Juth is hereby sentenced to death for making an attempt on the life of the head of the Astropathic Choir. The rogue trader has made her decision. Arbitrators, carry it out! And then they're just going to obliterate her with a giant melter cannon? Jesus Christ. Okay. Quick and efficient execution, I suppose. Alright, I will hear the next case. The prefect proceeds matter-of-factly to the next scroll. The court will now hear petition CR-1547/33 restated. The petitioner is Cardinal Anvilus. Your arguments, please, Cardinal. Cardinal? A gaunt man raises his bloodshot eyes at you. For a moment, all sounds cease, even the scratching of the countless servo skulls' quills. This man's gaze is full of pain, so strong and undiluted that your breath seizes in your throat. I am impure, O Emperor's anointed one. I am beset by impure thoughts, but no one believes my confessions. I have been giving away the treasures I possess, only for people to bring me more. Worse still is the knowledge that I am leading people astray. They look at me and believe a state of perfect grace is attainable, while I am very tired. The Cardinal blinks away a tear and continues. But most terrible of all is that my brethren, the preachers of the Coronis Expanse, see me as a holy man. Their delusion has been so persistent that they sent a petition to Holy Terra, asking that I be made a saint. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. That was when I became firm in my decision to submit to torture in front of my congregation, thus reminding them that no holiness exists unless bestowed as a gift by the God Emperor. Even clerics of my rank can and must repent, thus becoming more pure every day. Please allow me to undergo mortal torture in his name in front of my parishioners. Am I hearing this correctly? Is the Cardinal asking to be tortured to death for his wickedness? That is correct. In addition, he insists on your subjects bearing witness to it, as a lesson to them, so to speak. To refuse a cardinal is impious in itself, but to execute one who is a saint in all but name. Persuasion test. You devise an elegant rendering of the sentence, one that will convince everyone that you are in the right and save you from being branded a saint killer. All you must do is accuse the cardinal of intending to murder an all but canonized individual. Oh yeah, because that's wicked of him. I'm going to pass judgment. However, we have ads about to start. I'm going to take my break, take a quick walk, deep breath, go pee. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Alright, we're back. Heck of a cliffhanger. Alright. Ready to pass... Yeah, I want to hear what my retinue has to say. Argentus shakes her head. Wise counsel is required here, and is not to be found within these walls. Reverend Hieronymus would understand the workings of the Cardinal's soul. Entrust him to the good shepherd of the Drusians. Situation analysis complete. Let the paradox cease. Let functionality triumph. Suggestion. Use the unit Cardinal Anvilus's organic remains to construct a servo-skull herald and place it in an automated chapel. The status of sainthood will be extended to the liturgical mechanism. Oh, that's an interesting take. According to the Lex Imperialis, a candidate saint may personally challenge their sainting by petitioning the ecclesiarch on holy terror. Sidestepping the head of the imperial cult is a violation of the Emperor's law. Since astropathic communication with the rest of the Imperium has been disrupted, I propose to put Cardinal Anvilus on a ship that crosses the Maw, so that he can submit his request with every formality observed. Solomon, the Maw is closed. That does nothing to diminish the stipulations of the Lex Imperialis. Besides, following the letter of the law absolves you of the necessity of tainting your hands with the blood of a potential saint. Either the Cardinal will cross the Maw, thus proving his sainthood, or he will perish if the Emperor wills it. As you can see, the Lex Imperialis has all the answers. Fuck's sake, Solomon. Okay, I am ready to pass my judgment. Attention! The rogue trader speaks. Ooh. Gain Prometheum and mechanisms. Solomon versus making sense. I like it. I like that he is just kind of a brain-dead fanatic who follows the letter of the law no matter what. I feel like that makes him an interesting character. I will do this. No, I will go. Yeah, but then I would be tainted. I have to do this to keep myself safe. So, Cardinal Anvilus, in seeking permission to torture a holy man, you are violating both secular and ecclesiastic law. For that, I sentence you to death. A modicum of respect can be glimpsed in the prefect's gaze in your direction. A very balanced decision. It sets a precedent that, through reasoning by analogy, will help in optimizing other court cases on Dagonis. Gain 3 provisions and 2 chemicals. Nice. You violated the law. Let us move to the last case for today. The court will now hear case DP-1646/7. Lady Mollus Secundus against the late Lord Mollus. Lord Mollus being deceased, he will be represented by his progeny, Agatha and Schillus Mollus. Representatives for the party will present their arguments following standard procedure. Lady Mollus Secundus. Your Ladyship, I am Lady Mollus Secundus. Only 8 cycles ago, a man broke into my house posing as my husband, the late Lord Mollus. Contrary to what I know, he denies that he was killed by pirates. Instead, he purportedly survived thanks to the God Emperor's providence. However, I hold here his death certificate, issued by the Administratum, which clearly states that my husband passed away. I demand that this fraud be executed. The woman belligerently waves around a scroll, which the words "declared dead" are clearly visible. The arguments are acknowledged and shall be weighed on the scales of justice. The representative will retreat to the Chapel of Patience to await the verdict. Your Ladyship, our father did survive. He really was captured by pirates who were going to demand ransom, but the Imperial Navy managed to board the ship and rescue him. After he went missing, our mother, Lady Mollis, arranged for a death certificate before we received the good news. Now we are in the humiliating position of having to prove that our father is alive while our mother is living with her new husband, Lord Secundus, and has taken over our family business. We implore you to restore Lord Mollis to his life and name. He is humbly awaiting your decision in the Chapel of Patience. All arguments have been acknowledged. Let the rogue trader's verdict be delivered. What does the so-called Lord Mollis have to say? The prefect plays a vox recording of one of the servo skulls. The soft voice is interspersed with static, but you're able to make out the words. I am Mollis. When the pirates captured me, I thought I was doomed, but fate proved to be more gracious than that. I hurried home, only from my own house by my servants, and learned that Lady Mollis had already had me declared dead and married Lord Secundus. She'd also take control of our everything. Agatha and Schillers have recognized me. I'm losing my mind. What does the Mollis family do? Prefect turns on one of her countless data slates. The Mollis family manufactures nutritional rations. They supply the Astra Militarum, as well as worlds that have no food production of their own. With the Lord at the helm, they covered the needs of 3 regiments and 5 worlds. Now it is 5 regiments and 12 worlds. One might say Lady Mollis Secundus has done much better than her husband did. Commerce test succeeded. Lady Mollis Secundus' talents are self-evident. She could easily boost production on any planet. What might be called her promotion under the guise of punishment would bring tangible benefits. You just so happen to think of several backwater worlds that have good potential, but lack the capable stewardship to manage it. What does my retinue have to say? How could the woman have possibly known for sure her husband would make it out of a major dust-up like that? The business had ground to a halt, so she took things in her own hands. Actually, Shireen, on Ifrit you're allowed to take several spouses precisely in case this happens. It would be a trifle for you to amend the laws of Lady Mollis Secundus' homeworld. Let her continue to fill your coffers. She is more than able to handle 2 husbands. If Lady Mollis Secundus is right, then her children are the impostor's accomplices and are guilty of defaming the authenticity of administratum documents. Now Solomon has enough sang-froid in him for a regiment. Let the woman know that her heirs must face the same fate as the criminal, for so stipulates the Emperor's law. Case is clear to me now. I am ready to pass my verdict. Give more complacency. -1 efficiency. I like my own idea the best. I hereby sentence Lady Mollis Secundus to a duty of exploration and development of the Protectorate's fringe worlds. Give her everything she needs to conduct her business. I expect her results to be impressive. As she has been found guilty, Lord Mollis is to be deemed alive. Lady Mollis Secundus will depart for her place of exile before today ends. Arbitrators, carry out the sentence. Hey, and they both get to live. As the last attendant leaves the courtroom, the prefect turns to you with a delighted expression. Lady Theodora held court sessions like this to strengthen her subjects' faith in the Lex Imperialis and their fear of breaching it. A most useful practice, wouldn't you agree? It's very funny knowing Caiaphas Cain has been declared dead multiple times, got a death certificate, then had it amended because he showed back up. Yeah. I feel like killing him for being an imposter would be absolutely hilarious. Like, comical. That would be like a typical administratum thing. Oh, you're alive? Well, I have a piece of paper that says you're dead, so you're dead. It doesn't matter that you're alive, because the system says you're dead, so you're dead. That's very administratum. It was amusing at first, but not for long. If we're finally done, I will take my leave. Of course, your ladyship. I dare not take up any more of your time. Sacred symbol of the Imperium's justice, implacable and unsparing. Just gonna loot the place and then head on out. Is he hovering? Acid melt a weapon blowing torrents of flame, leaves criminals without a single chance. This guy looks like he's hovering. Like half a foot above the ground.
They would probably just send you to the archives, digging up records on the tech priest who installed the weapon. Do you have a decade of your life to spare, Pascal?
Ooh, goods. That. Examine the book. Is this the Lex?
A job for me.
Excerpts from the Lex Dagonis with addenda. The changes personally signed by Theodora von Valancius reflects the current situation in the Coronis Expanse.
None shall stand in my way.
Seems like they didn't... Yeah. I agree. That is exactly what it seems like. Just gonna hoover up all the goods, and then we will try one of these cogitators. Ooh. Old complaint. Have a look at this. This time-worn piece of paper bears a petition of some sort. You manage to make out only a fragment. Then he treacherously intruded upon the ancestral territories of House Gaprak and wrought destruction therein. The list of damages is headed by, but not limited to, 3 servitors of ancient make, 5 armored vehicles, and 10 cogitators whose machine spirits are beyond recovery. Consequently, we demand that House Sauerback be penalized for an amount thricely covering the damage inflicted. In supporting our accusation, we provide the following. Add to cargo. Right, let's have a look at this cogitator. Ooh, this one uses commerce. I'm good at that.
I rise to the occasion.
Financial reports. Procurement data does not match up with the spending, but this has been gracefully covered by way of a shrinkage column. Let's have a look at this cogitator over here. Pascal, can you help me with this? Personal data be executed, possessions meticulously accounted for, deposited to storerooms of the administration.
It's about time.
I don't want to return to my void ship. I want to return to the administratum building. Same party. So maybe I can do what I actually came here for, which was to submit an application. Oh, now it's the Master of Seals here. Oh, it's still her. Ah, Teophania von Valancius, you have returned. I hope the sacred document I entrusted to you last time has now successfully passed through approval procedures. Here is your paper, complete with seals. The ocular lenses on the old woman's nose emit a subtle hum as she adjusts the magnification. Ah, yes, oh yes, indeed, it is perfect. The seals are authentic, so we may continue with the certification procedure. Follow me, please. Oh, Jesus, look at this place. Today is the day of death. We have never had this many casualties in a single stream, ever. So you're right, Mary. Today is a dark day. Blood on the battlefield. This is your cue, and your ticket number is... The old woman's ocular lenses hum as she zooms in on the paper in her hand. 394. When it is your turn to be seen, the ranking prefect will review your documentation again and sign the official certification for J. Hadari to possess a Mekatum Tabula Officiale. You will have a bit of a wait, but it will be worth it in the end, yes? If I must queue, then queue I shall. Then I bid you good day. May the law and the Emperor keep you.
Follow my lead.
Awful thought, her version of dirty talk is just quotes from the Lex Imperialis and proper administration forms. Oh yeah, baby. Submitted in triplicate. Oh yes, submitted in triplicate. Writ of habeas corpus. Let's take some time to explore. Going on over here. Bundles of wires ripped out of Cerato's neck, yellow fluid is seeping. How angry would a person have to be to do this? Oh no, we have a murder mystery.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Someone murdered a servitor. What is it, Glyto? Oh, you found something. What do we have here? Addendum to an addendum to a document. Regiments Versamentorum sent to the frozen world of Zendikar 2 required supplies of warm clothing, footwear, and snowshoes for a successful combat maneuver with a further offensive against the enemies of humanity and the Emperor. Due to a gross error by a low-ranking adept of Adeptus Administratum, instead of the aforementioned supplies, soldiers received 800 cryobanks, resulted in the death by freezing of the majority of the troops before the commencement of the mission of retribution. For the purposes of improving efficiency, the adept responsible was subjected to servitude imperpetuis, as a result of which he is now discharging his duties flawlessly. Okay, so what am I supposed to do here? Am I just supposed to be impatient and pull rank? Or do I literally actually wait here? I'm just gonna look it up because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Just hold on. Wow. Da, da, da. Okay, so I think I have to talk to Jay here.
Some choose wealth, others prefer power.
Not
And
sure how I
me?
do that though.
Well, I'm not that picky. I'll take both.
Check the northwestern corner to find a separate area where you have to wait. Okay. Okay. So northwestern corner.
Victory awaits!
Is this the northwest? This is the south. However, I saw loot. Task list for current work. There's an order for the servitorization. What the? So there should be some kind of waiting room I can get to. Guess it's up here?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Doesn't this just leave? Alright, Mary! Say hi to Lumi from me! I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing something wrong. Want to know the next step? Yes, please. From what I could Google, I'm supposed to go somewhere and wait, but I can't for the life of me figure out where the fuck I'm supposed to go. Because it won't let me go to this part. Is it here? No.
It's about time.
You sent him the clip of me saying that. There's a seating area in the big ass waiting hall. It's upturned couches and stuff to one of the walls. Yeah, like over here? I can't get over here. Like my characters physically cannot get to that part of the area. Is it over here, maybe? It is. Okay, this is the first part of the game I will say sucks because there was nothing indicating that this was where I had to go.
Follow my lead.
And having to just laboriously pixel bitch my way through the area sucks. This is the first thing about the game I've not liked. The queue hums with thousands of voices. Someone has rolled out bedding and is settling down to sleep. Someone is playing some bizarre musical instrument. Many are praying. Several highborn petitioners are debating who is here on the most important business. You have to admit, the magnificent administrative machinery of the Imperium isn't without its rough edges. Jay smiles sheepishly, eyeing the queue. But what a thrilling adventure this is turning out to be, Shireen. I've never seen anything like it before, and sometimes it's good to take a break from constant traveling, and to give all the hot-blooded newcomers a chance to cover themselves in glory without us in the way. Right. Prepare a waiting area. You feel the envious stare of the other petitioners upon you, but no one dares do anything more than stare. Let's count the people in the queue. The people are constantly moving, coming and going, changing places, or simply disappearing from view. On your first attempt, you count 238 petitioners. On your second attempt, you count 244. On your third attempt, the next batch of unlucky souls is ushered into the hall, and you lose count. Fair enough. Patiently. 8 hours. In the last 8 hours, the only thing that has changed in the waiting hall is the warden shift. The petitioners in the queue placidly await the blessed hour when their appeal will be heard by the high-ranking servants of the Imperium. The entire queue perks up at a sudden announcement. Number 285, proceed to the available window. Throne take me. What torturous trial have we let ourselves in for? Jai almost wails in despair. So much precious time lost, and we've only moved 3 places ahead. At this rate, we'll be old and grey before we get out of this queue, Shireen. Do you have a better idea? You wound me, Shireen. Jai Hadari always has a better idea. What would you say to making the good folk ahead of us hurry up a little bit? Just a smidge. Her eyes dart playfully over the faces of the people around you. The simplest way is to make these lowly subjects bow down before the blinding radiance of our title, Shireen. The second option requires a little more patience. I have already found our first compassionate citizen, who is standing 50 places ahead of us in the queue. Simply offer the right words to unlock his heart, and he will gladly swap tickets with you. And also, you have the power to resolve the problems of some of the petitioners, removing their need to visit a coveted window. After all, is there anything an ordinary citizen could want that is beyond the power of the Conqueror of the Stars to grant? Open fire at the crowd. Alright, we shall solve the problems of the common people. That is what an iconoclast would do. A wise decision, Shireen. Cold traders always say, if you can solve a problem with hard cash, then that's just the cost of doing business. Jai gives you a conspiratorial wink and backs away slightly. O exalted one, could today be my lucky day? No longer will I have to stand in this hall, waiting day and night for my turn to come, for this kind lady of House von Valancius is a benefactor of the downtrodden, and she has solved my problem. And that attracts others thinking, hey, maybe she can solve my problem too. Esteemed lady, take pity on this poor youth as well. I will give you everything I have, I swear before the Emperor. Only help me solve my problem. We do not need everything, poor wretch. Only your place in the queue. Alright, let's see what he has. The young man in worn work overalls comports himself with unusual grace for a commoner. My lady, I have been in this queue for 24 moons already, trying to get a permission slip to wed my fiancée, Zazie. Unfortunately, the servants of the administratum refuse to grant it without the signature of a highborn sponsor. Oh, easy. Is that Zazie? Get out of my way! Elbowing aside onlookers left and right, a richly dressed lady with a beauty mark ornament above her lip charges towards you. Esteemed lady, my 8th offspring has lost his mind. He's decided to renounce his family, his noble title, and his talent as a healer, all for the sake of some tattered waif from the middle levels. A union with a commoner will put an end to his studies at the university, but should Dragonus and the Officio Medicae be deprived of a capable chirurgeon because of a passing fancy? Zazie's a healer too, and she helps the people of the Hive a great deal more than any lily-white chirurgeon with a diploma. I do not want to live a life of idleness in the spires of Dragonus like you, not when I know there are thousands of unfortunate people in the lower levels who need my help. I'm not gonna spend a profit factor on this. In the name of the House von Valancius, I hereby make your fiancée a lady of the court, and release her from any obligations thereto. The young man spends several seconds opening and closing his mouth in shock. That means our marriage will finally be certified? And Zazie will be able to become a chirurgeon now too? I don't know how to thank you, my lady. Here, please, take my place. I will return later, this time with my fiancée. You have an interesting way of doing business, Shireen. I'll keep that in mind. Jay's shrewd eyes are alight with interest as she watches the young petitioner leave. After allowing you a brief pause, a hunched ragamuffin approached you. The old man's toothless mouth breathes out a putrefying cloud of air as he speaks only 3 words. Death for life. Jai peers over the man's shoulder to read his crumpled form. You are here to request mortification so that your organs go to your granddaughter as an inheritance. She will hardly want your worn-out body parts, old-timer. The ragged man shakes his head and covers his face with his wrinkled hands. Servitor disposal. Only now do you notice the tattoo on his right hand, the symbol of the Adeptus Administratum, and several interlocking chains. It seems this old fellow is the property of a prefect of this palace. Jai looks at the man's form again and rears back in horror. The granddaughter of this poor wretch was turned into a servitor 16 Dagonis years ago, and after a recent accident she was listed for disposal, and now this old man is volunteering to be spareless parts for a soulless tin can. May the Exalted One keep me from such a fate. I will give the order for your granddaughter to be repaired, but if you wish to be with her forever, you will also be subject to servitude in perpetuus. The old man nods in understanding. Yes, I understand. Emperor, watch over you. I feel like that's somehow better than just butchering him for spare parts. Interesting. So that is how a ruler of worlds and all the stars in the sky acts when she finds an unfortunate on the edge of her magnificent orbit. Jay nods pensively and beckons the next observer forward. Petitioner forward. A mature woman in a finely made but threadbare dress greets you. I heard you are helping those in need. Well, my family, it's devastated. My life's work, oh, my shop selling rare hats, burnt to ashes. I am living out my last year as a widow, alone in a cold, deserted manor, without servants, diversions, or delicacies befitting my status. The old woman falls silent, her brow raised in expectation of her response. Perhaps I can rebuild this hat shop of yours. The woman's beleaguered eyes sparkle to life. Why, that's a wonderful idea. Please, take my place in the queue here. I insist. I will leave my details with your retinue and go. Well, that was amusing. I paid off the last few onlookers who were willing to give up their place. It's a pity they aren't all so amenable. Jai inspects the tickets she now holds and nods with satisfaction. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shireen, but you aren't ready to stop there, are you? Sister Argenta, for instance. Jai's voice becomes noticeably warmer. She could engage the people in a prayer or tell a story about some saint or other in exchange for their queue tickets. Now we're just going to wait patiently. Another 8 planetary hours go by. The queue has hardly moved forward. The adept in the next window was dealing with rebelling machine spirits in his cogitator, so the petitioners from that queue were diverted to the middle of yours. God damn it. Shireen, you're a saint, have I told you that before? You must be, because I don't see any other reason why you should show such fervent but senseless patience. Can't we hurry this along? You're right. We do need to move forward. Use your tricks. I prefer to call it my wisdom, learned through many years' experience. But I don't care about the precise wording just now. How do you wish to proceed? Sister Argenta, I believe these people have been gripped by despondency. A sermon from one of his daughters could restore them in their determination. You were thinking about it as well? Argenta's gaze is as clear as the midday sky. Word of faith can heal any wound, even those that bleed not but doubt. I will help these people. Come closer, brothers and sisters, for I am about to tell you about true faith and humility in the face of adversity. We actually get to see her sermon? One day they appealed to Saint Justina. He spends 2 hours. As they say on Ifrit, there is no star more coveted than that which points to the Exalted One. Jai casts a sidelong glance at the Sister of Battle as the latter holds out several numbered tickets to you. Then she pulls out her bolter and kills them all. I don't know if you saw Nittler, but I do literally have the option to just open fire on the crowd to disperse them in order to move forward faster. I do. That is one of the options in the conversation tree. I'm not gonna do it, obviously, but that's an option if you're playing as an evil psychopath. These were given to me in thanks by the poor souls who decided to abandon their vigil in this palace of the law and return to their worldly matters. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shireen, but you aren't ready to stop there, are you? Or somebody who hates queues. See, here it is, number 5. Open fire on the crowd. Why go to any effort when I can simply shoot everyone here? I am not gonna do that. Solomon, do you think a wanted criminal could blend into this crowd? Unlikely. In the time we've been standing here, I've assessed every individual in the queue. Then again, one can never be too vigilant. As an arbitrator, I can perform an unscheduled check of identity documents. At least some good can come out of being stuck here. Subjects of the Imperium, have your papers ready. On behalf of the Adeptus Arbites, I am initiating an inspection and search. A cybermastiff is being used in the search. Do not move. The servants of the Administratum have better things to do than wipe your blood off the floor. Ah, Solomon, always such a delicate, gentle touch. Ever the diplomat. No Lex Imperialis violations detected. Solomon falls silent and turns to stone again, ready to wait until the end of time. But I did sniff out a few especially antsy petitioners. All I had to do was drop a vague hint that Master Proctor was here for them, and I was immediately showered with thanks for the timely warning. Jai triumphantly shows off her ill-gotten tickets. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shireen, but you aren't ready to stop there, are you? I want to consider everything again. Of course, Shireen. Our number in the queue is... Jay checks the ticket. Oh, Exalted One, I wish I hadn't looked. We are definitely not going anywhere soon. You need to make a decision. Oh, we need to move forward faster. Address a tender-hearted man. Jai catches your eye and lays her hand on the shoulder of a weary-looking man. May the Emperor illuminate your path, brother. I am Jai, and this is Teophania. We've been in the queue so long already. We're all practically family now. Won't you tell us what brought you to the Palace of Order? Man starts in surprise. Yes. Light of the Throne bless you. My name is Menace de Peer. I've been here a month already. I've tried everything. I can't get through to that window. Nothing working. My poor Ilena. She's my daughter, my flesh and blood. They detained her on Veabus 6. Charged her, can you believe it? Charges were false. That's how our administratum operates. Menace covers his mouth, glances around fearfully. I've said too much. I do apologize. It's my nerves. My nerves. I just keep thinking about her there on Veabus, shackled down in the mines. My poor Elena. As delicate a flower as she is, she's got weak lungs, you understand. Always coughing. Now down the mines? All that dust and muck? She won't cope with it. She won't. She was acquitted 2 years ago, but to get the paper certified and the seal, so much time has passed. And now here I am standing, waiting. It doesn't matter. At the rate this queue's moving, I'll be 10 cycles or more before our numbers come up. What was your daughter accused of? Falsely accused. Falsely accused. She was slandered. They say she had deliberately poisoned a whole room of highborn folk. With cakes. Have you ever heard the like of it? These nobles didn't even make it as far as the privy. Panic, outrage, scandal. And so what? It was their own fault, that's what. A crate of fine Calixian wine was found. Ha! And the smugglers were found too. What did the smugglers do? They framed someone else, and my daughter was charged. Of course, blame the smugglers. I wish I could do something to help this guy, but it's not giving me any options I like. Well, let's try this. I do not think your daughter would mind if you let the rogue trader go ahead of you. Menace fleshy face tenses at your words. But, well, the time, and I've been... Oh, of course. Of course, it would be an honor for the Dupeur family. Please, go ahead, your ladyship. I wish I could have done something to help him, but it wasn't giving me any options. Not as smoothly done as it could have been, but you certainly have a style all your own, Shireen. What now? The hum of activity returns to the queue. Petitioners exchange glances, clutching the paperwork. After a few seconds, you realize that the number being called out by the servo skull for the third time is the one on your ticket. Well, that went faster than I expected. We had a little bit of a wait, of course, but at times it was actually fun. Jai smiles wearily. One last seal. One more certification, and you will be looking at an official trade representative, Jai Hidari. What are you waiting for, Shireen? Let's go. We have another couple of hours with the certification officer to get through. The certification officer leans over the document, his smoothly shaven head gleaming. His augmented ocular eyes whir as the lenses zoom in and out. With quiet scratching sounds, the cogita quills that serve in place of the officer's fingers make notes on a fine sheet of paper. The document is hereby certified, says the rasping voice with a metal jaw with its integrated vox. Return to the Master of Seals in order to proceed, and may his light and wisdom guard you. Next. Alright, return to the Master of Seals. Arf, arf. I don't think that joke will ever get old. The Temple of Law and Order greet you, Teophania von Valancius. You have returned with all the necessary paperwork, I presume. Here, all of the seals placed by a certification officer. Wonderful. The Emperor blessed you with patience greater than that apportioned to ordinary mortals. Allow me to verify the authenticity of your documents for the final time. The old woman holds the documents close so that they are almost touching her nose, the mechanical ocular lenses clicking incessantly. Yes, yes, confirmed. Everything is in order, and this one, the seal is smudged slightly. Jai's smile evaporates, revealing her true emotions. Void scorpions scratch at my eyes, now what? I suppose I can overlook it, given that the rest has been certified correctly and promptly. Congratulations, J. Hidari. You are now the holder of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale. Do not forget to repeat the certification process every 100 Terran years. Uphold the law of the Imperium proudly and honorably in the world of the Corona's expanse. And one more thing. Loss of the certificate is a grievous transgression, Mistress Hidari. Lose the original document and you will be unable to regain your status as an official trade representative, not even with the rogue trader's endorsement. Yes, esteemed Damar. Give me the certificate already, come on! Jai's eyes dart over the Macatum Tabula Officiale and shine with delight. Praise the exalted one who saw me through all these trials, Shireen. There is something to tell the grandchildren about, how a humble mortal became a trade representative of the Imperium. Let's not bother the Damar any longer, Shireen. Why don't we discuss our next steps on the ship? Right, and then we go back to the ship and talk to Jay. Go to the bridge, talk to Jay Hidari, and then probably after that we're going to be raiding out. Okay, where is Jai? She is over there. There she is. Just have a chat.
Shireen, light of my eyes, giver of boons and savior of the needy. From now on, 2 sons will grace the firmament of the Font Valancius Protectorate. One bright and powerful like the rogue trader herself, and the other slightly more humble, like her unassuming partner, the diligent owner of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, and all-around delight, Jai Hidari. As I promised before, my crew will be your eyes and ears across the entire expanse, Shireen. Just give them time. And of course, the assistant to official trade representative Jai Hidari is already rushing to Dargonis to deliver goods of rare and exquisite quality to you and your people, O mistress of many worlds. And once again, thank you, Shireen, from the bottom of my humble heart.
You are welcome, Jai. It is what friends are for.
A rogue trader cannot have friends, Shireen. Only servants for whom the word of their mistress is supreme law, and partners to whom the favor of the warrant bearer is the highest reward for their mutual efforts. Why are you looking at me like that? How many friends does the soul that shines down upon Holy Terra have? You are welcome to call our relations whatever you like, Shireen. After all, words mean little. But you have taken good care of me, and so I would like to take good care of you, and go slightly beyond the strict terms of our agreement. Here, I brought a small gift as a token of gratitude, and may the Exalted One keep watching over the paths that you tread.
Argenta seems to have gotten under your skin, am I right?
Argenta? What could be more beautiful than the sight of a sister of battle, whose mere presence casts light in the dark corners of lost souls such as mine? But alas, what remains of my sanity is telling me that poor Jai can only admire the radiance of this angel, forsaking any hope of ever touching her wings.
Alright, I will see you later.
Oh, I have no...
And I want to see if I can talk to Heinrichs more before we end.
You have my complete attention.
No, I don't have. He doesn't have anything new to say. Alright, well, I think that is going to be it for tonight.